BASF, UPL, PI, Keminova, and Atul as manufacturing professional, and with Tata Group, IOCL, and Reliance as a consultant through DuPont. He has 22 plus years of experience in chemical manufacturing facilities and 5 years in change management consulting in various sectors. He has manufactured about 100 organic and inorganic molecules. He has worked in functions such as site management, technical services, maintenance engineering, project management, production, business development, an all-rounder of sorts. So it's our honor to welcome you here today. Our other guest is not actually a guest, he has been part of us for a very long time, is Mr. Vivek Patwardhan. And we really don't treat you as a guest, sir, but as a mentor to a chapter. He began his career with Tata Electric Companies, now called Tata Power, and worked for a brief period with Herbertsons before he started working with Asian Paints, where he spent 30 plus years in the organization, starting from welfare officer, going all the way up to vice president HR and head of HR functions. He has been a thought leader in the area of IR and HR. Since 2009, he has worked as an independent OD consultant and executive coach with many organizations, large ones in retail, steel, engineering, pharma, foods and chemical industries. He is also associated with SHRM India as subject matter expert. He has a very wide resume where he gives services to various industries, various sectors. His blogs are very, very thought-provoking and have been a guiding light for many professionals. Thank you very much, sir, for being here and agreeing to be the program director for this workshop. A keynote speaker here today with us is Mr. Satish Pradhan, who is an independent consultant today, also on the governing council of Tata Institute of Social Sciences and the board of Bombay Natural History Society, and advisory board of School of Vocational Studies at TIS. He also has been an adjunct faculty at TIS Tuljapur. He's been ex-group HR head for Tata Group and has in his career spanning so many decades worked in different organizations such as Steel Authority of India, CMC Limited, ICI India, Brook Bond, which is now Lipton, now Unilever, ICI, etc., in various leadership roles. He also was on the board of National Payments Corporation of India and Tal Manufacturing Solutions till 2020. Again, a very leading personality, has been speaker and advisor in addition to being recipient of many awards and honorary doctorates. Leadership, board advisory, CEO, coaching, organizational strategy, and design are his areas of interest. And today he'll be talking to us about the core subject that we have today, which is it's okay to be human. In the world where we are talking about AI and ML and how machines can be more human, I think it's important that we start talking about why as humans we need to be more human. So give a perspective of what this program is all about, what this chapter is all about. I would invite Shri Himanshu Bhatt to come forward and please talk about this unprecedented kind of achievement this chapter has achieved. Thank you.
Good morning and warm welcome to all of you. Respected Satish Pradhan ji, Vivek Patwardhan साहब, पटेल साहब, ऑफ द डायस बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स एंड बहुत सारे डिग्निटरीज, स्वाति बहन है, डॉक्टर जुबिन मुल्ला जी है, नंदिता बहन है, डॉक्टर अनुराग जी है, हितेश भाई है, और मैं नाम भूलूंगा लेकिन आप सब लोग हैं. मैं यू आर स्ट्रेंथ टू दिस चैप्टर. मैं डॉक्टर तृप्ति बहन को देख रहा हूँ, रश्मि बहन को देख रहा हूँ, कमलेश भाई को देख रहा हूँ. आई विल कीप ऑन टेकिंग नेम्स. डॉक्टर नीरव भाई इज देयर एंड मयूर भाई इज देयर हु हैज कम फ्रॉम अहमदाबाद टू सपोर्ट ऑल ऑफ अस, and all other friends. I would have missed many names, and I'm sorry for the names. Prashant Bhai is there from Bhavnagar to support us. So fine, warm welcome to all of you. So far as the National HRD Network South Gujarat chapter is concerned, we have tried to do few things differently, but that is not what I really would like to share. What I would like to share with you is important part is institutions like National HRD Network should provide opportunity to senior leaders to come forward to this platform and help young professionals grow taller than themselves. So that is the purpose for what National HRD Network Central level and National HRD Network South Gujarat Surat chapter is working. हम लोग हमेशा चाहते हैं कि हमारे जो यंग लीडर्स हैं वो हमसे बहुत आगे जाए. हम हमारे यहाँ के यंग लीडर्स को पटवर्धन साहब जानेंगे, लेकिन हम हमेशा चाहते हैं जैसे विकी भाई है, मंथन भाई है, ऐसे लोगों को हम बहुत पोक करते हैं कि भाई आप लोगों को अशोक रामचंद्रन जैसा बनने का है. तो I think that is the purpose of this chapter. This chapter has worked well for 125 months, and it has worked well because people have supported it like anything. 125 महीने पहले हमारे परम मित्र कमल भाई, जिसकी बुक का आज हम इनॉग्रेशन करेंगे, बहुत अद्भुत बुक किताब है, उनके बारे में मैं बाद में बात करूंगा. लेकिन तो हम लोग बैठे थे और हमने कहा कि ऐसा फोरम अपना होना चाहिए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि आज से ये फोरम हो गया. तो उस तरीके से 125 महीने पहले हम लोग जब उन दिनों में अभी आज सनोफी है, वहाँ हम लोग मिले थे और वहाँ से शुभारंभ हो गया. कुछ जो अलग अलग शहर से आए हैं उनके लिए, कुछ यहाँ अभी अभी आए हैं उनके लिए भी, ये जो भरूच एरिया है ना, उसकी हवा और मिट्टी में कुछ तो अलग है. सरकास्टिकली लोग कह सकते हैं कि उसमें पॉल्यूशन बहुत है, लेकिन उसमें पॉल्यूशन के उपरांत भी कुछ है, और वो है ऐसे फोरम को सपोर्ट करने की एकदम स्वभाव. ये जो यहाँ देखने को मिलता है वो कहीं नहीं देखने को मिलता. भरूच डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वी यूज्ड टू हैव बुक लवर्स क्लब which was there working every month during curfew times also, and worked for more than 25 full years. This district supports such kind of a thing. For example, Seva Rural is supported the most in this area, and we have many such forums in this area which are supported by people. तो एक तो यहाँ के लोगों में कुछ जबरदस्त है कि वो लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं. फोरम चलते क्यों हैं? क्योंकि कोई आते हैं, कोई नहीं आएंगे तो फोरम तो बेचारे अपने आप में पूरे ही हो जाएंगे. लेकिन यहाँ जो बैठे हैं ना, उसमें से बहुत सारे लोगों ने ये नेशनल एचआरडी नेटवर्क साउथ गुजरात चैप्टर को ऑक्सीजन और ओजोन प्रोवाइड किया है. यहाँ जो बैठे हैं ना, उन्हीं में से सभी लोगों ने प्रोवाइड किया है. आई थिंक उससे ज्यादा कौन क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकता है. एवरी मंथ वी यूज्ड टू रिक्वेस्ट various professionals to come join us as faculty. All came very warmly, with preparation all came. आप लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगेगा. Those who have come from different cities, 125 में से एक भी सेशन में the faculty had not taken the responsibility in a very serious manner. All contributed very well. All came with full homework, and some of the young friends who would have been requested by us, भाई जरा होमवर्क ठीक करके आना, हाँ, they also didn't mind. अरे हम तो बड़े प्रोफेशनल हो गए और हमको भी होमवर्क करने के लिए बोला. They didn't mind. They came with homework and they ensured that all those people who are spending time, that time is worth spent. What else one can expect from faculties? We used to have host. ये जो हमारे यजमान है ना, वो हम सब लोगों को हमको पूछते हैं लोग कि भाई ये सूरज चैप्टर को पैसे की जरूरत क्यों नहीं पड़ती है, क्योंकि हम तो पैसे इकट्ठे करते नहीं हैं, क्योंकि हमको जरूरत ही नहीं है. तो लोग पूछते हैं कि आपको पैसे की जरूरत क्यों नहीं है. और मयूर भाई जैसे हमारे दोस्त है, या तो प्रोफेसर टीवी राव साहब जैसे, टीवी राव साहब अनेक लोगों को कहते हैं कि अंकलेश्वर जाकर उसका मॉडल समझ के आओ, ऐसा करके कि भाई पैसे बिना भी काम होता है. तो हमारा तो क्या है कि यहाँ की जो सोसाइटी है ना, इंडस्ट्रियल सोसाइटी, ये हमको बहुत सपोर्ट करती है. तो हमारी मीटिंग है कंपनियों में होती है, तो वेन्यू एंड मेन्यू बोथ आर टेकन केयर ऑफ बाय यजमान. और हम लोग वो अकिंचन ब्राह्मण जैसे होते हैं, कोई 7 कोर्स डिनर देते हैं, कोई चाय कॉफी और समोसा देते हैं, लेकिन हमारे आशीर्वाद उन सबको एक समान रूप में मिलते हैं. तो ऐसे हमारे यजमान, हमें एकदम यजमानों को ढूंढने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत नहीं करनी पड़ती है, मिल ही जाते हैं. और कुछ यजमान हमारे ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने ऐसा कहा है कि कभी भी आपको यजमान न मिले तो हम तो है ही, तो फिर हमें क्या तकलीफ होती. हमने कुछ कन्वेंशंस किए, कॉन्फ्रेंस की, वर्कशॉप्स किए, उन सब में भी अपना प्रयत्न बस यही रहा कि हम लोग पैसे डोनेशन कलेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, पार्टिसिपेंट से फी नहीं लेंगे. और हमारे जो खास करके हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स हैं, मैं हमारे खास करके अपने निर्मल भाई जैसे है, जो उसे हम भामाशाह कहते हैं, वो हमें इतनी हिम्मत देते हैं कि आप आगे बढ़ो ना, जो करना है करो ना, हम देख लेंगे. तो इससे हम ऐसे ही हिम्मत करते रहते हैं. कुछ कन्वेंशन तो शुरू में 2-2 दिन के किए थे, और वो भी सब कुछ इस तरीके से हुआ. और इंडस्ट्रियल सोसाइटी बाकी का सब संभाल लेती है. तो देने वाले रहते हैं, सपोर्ट करने वाले रहते हैं, चिंता करने वाले होते हैं. तो फिर ऐसे दिए की तरीके से फॉरम चलता रहता है. तो आज जो है वो इस कारण से है. मैं आप सब लोगों से खास रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा कि जैसे आप लोग तो बहुत दूर से आए हैं, लेकिन भरूच डिस्ट्रिक्ट, सूरत डिस्ट्रिक्ट के जो लोग हैं ना, मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, आप सब जब समय मिलता है आइएगा. हमारा आमंत्रण जितने ज़्यादा लोगों को हो सके उतने को हमेशा भेजते रहते हैं. और हम आना नहीं आना वो सभी हमारे दोस्तों पर छोड़ देते हैं, और उसका हम दुराग्रह नहीं करते हैं और आग्रह करने में पीछे नहीं रहते हैं. आज मैं आप लोगों से बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारी जो नेक्स्ट मीटिंग अगले महीने की होने वाली है, वो हमारे श्री विकी व्यास MRF में है. वो हमें ट्रांसफॉर्म पुस्तक का रसास्वाद करवाएंगे. तो वो हमारा होगा, और शाम से पहले वेन्यू और डेट दोनों अनाउंस हो जाएगी. खैर, फिर से एक बार जिन्होंने ऑक्सीजन और ओजोन प्रोवाइड किया है, ऐसे आप सब लोग और आप सब लोग, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you very much, sir, for explaining how beautiful this chapter is and how different it is really across the entire spectrum of various professional bodies that we have in the country. May I now request our conclave director and a leader with many virtues, Mr. Vivek Patradhan, sir, to please come and give us the outline of today's leadership conclave and our theme for the conclave.
Thank you, Avni. And good morning, everybody. For me, this is another homecoming because this must be at least fifth seminar I am associated with. I have also attended the previous seminar when 90th consecutive meetings, etc. were he had celebrated. So for me, it's a big homecoming, and I see many friends here. Thank you, Himanshu Bhatt, for once again inviting me. I love to come here and join this forum. Himanshu Bhatt, when he wanted to organize this seminar, he called me and gave me two choices. One was it's okay to be human, and the other was actually run of the mill, which kind of sells. I asked him, what's on your mind? And he asked me the same question, and actually both of us together selected the same topic. It's okay to be human. Okay, and trust Himanshu Bhai for selecting a little interesting topic, which is not the run of the mill topic. Last 2 years, COVID has brought out many difficulties in our life. And along with that, we have seen human responses, some of which were inhuman. And in some responses, people went outside their responsibilities and have been helping. Okay. On that background, it's okay to be human is a wonderful topic to discuss. When you say it's okay to be human, you start wondering, is there something inhuman? Okay. And we see a lot of things like that going on in the industry, in our working life, in our personal life. And there is a need to take bearings again for our personal life, for professional life, for our social life as well. And so this seminar should serve that need quite well. So this is it. I requested Mr. Satish Pradhan, for whom I have deep respect. And as you know, Mr. Satish Pradhan worked very closely with Mr. Ratan Tata. I confess I envy you, Satish. Ratan Tata could not have chosen a better HR professional to lead the entire Tata group on HR. And Satish could not have chosen a better boss. Both ways it is true. So without wasting too much time, okay, I am going to request Mr. Satish Pradhan to come and give the keynote address. Just a personal note before that. When I came to know that Satish was going to retire, I called him immediately and I said the first lecture after your retirement has to be at Thane HR Group. And he instantly agreed. Okay. So he came to Thane HR Group. Now in Thane HR Group, a speaker is allowed 90 minutes. And it's not easy to be speaking for 90 minutes for one exclusive speaker. Okay. Satish held the entire gathering spellbound, and it went much beyond 90 minutes, and people still remember it today. So presenting to you Mr. Satish Pradhan, and welcome, sir. Thank you.
Pranam to all of you, Himanshu Bhai, all people here whom I hope to be friends with soon and for long. I'm inspired. I'm truly inspired by the work that all of you have done with yourselves and leaders like Himanshu leading you, helping you, supporting you, and a lot of other people. You've built a community. You've not built a chapter or a branch or a professional body. You've built a community of learning and growing. तो जैसे हिमांशु भाई बोल रहे थे, मुझे वो श्लोक याद आया जो हम लोग बचपन से स्मरण करते हैं. ओम सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहि तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै. ओम शांति शांति शांति. इसका अर्थ कई एक्सपर्ट्स ने दिया है. इन माई व्यू, what it has meant to me was reflected today as Himanshu Bhai spoke. To blossom together, to grow together, to achieve great things together without malice or negativity. And to really celebrate each other's learning, growth, blossoming and achievements. And I think that is what you have taught us in your 125 sessions and the history of that and beyond. So thank you very much for being such a great inspiration to me. Himanshu Bhai has also revealed a trait which both he and Vivek, my dear friend, display in great abundance, which is nudging people to push the bar. In 2013, on the last day that I finished my executive assignment in Bombay House, on the way back to Pune was the night when I spoke at the Thane HRD network. To me, it was a conversation with myself. And I was fortunate to have a large number of people who joined me in having that conversation with myself. It was not pravachan, it was not lessons I've learned, it was not so much facts and figures, but it was what stayed with me and what made me think of myself and my world in the way that I have learned to do. Vivek has a very, you mentioned the blog. One of the characters in almost all his writings, but mostly appears in the blogs, is the favorite Lulu. एक तोता है, बट वो पालतू तोता नहीं है, वो टेढ़े सवाल पूछता है प्यार से. और in Lulu I hear Vivek pushing us, pushing him, and taking all of us together much further. So I will endeavor to respond to the Lulu in Vivek, who just prodded me to do better than I have till now. Thank you. I'm going to tell you a story. वैसे तो मैं कहानियाँ बहुत सुनाता हूँ. मेरे साथ अवनी आई थी एयरपोर्ट से, तो अवनी को बहुत कहानियाँ सुनाई. कुछ तुक्की थी, कुछ बेतुकी थी, बट उस क्षण में उसमें मुझे कुछ दिखा, या मेरे दिमाग में, मेरे जहन में कुछ आया जिससे वो कहानी उभर के आई. तो इस मौके की जब बात की मैंने, हिमांशु जी ने मुझे, एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर द ऑनर ऑफ addressing this wonderful community. It is indeed an honor. It is not a mere invitation. तो मेरे जहन में ये आया कि एक कहानी जो मैंने अपनी मजबूरियां, विचारधारा, मानसिक स्थिति की वजह से बहुत कम लोगों के साथ शेयर की है, शायद किसी के साथ भी शेयर नहीं की है। वो 26/11/2008 की कहानी है। 26, 27, 28 और उसके बारे में बताने के बजाय मैं आपको कहानी बताता हूँ। एंड आई वॉन्ट टू टेक यू टू दैट डे ऑफ 26। मुझे पता नहीं आप लोग कहाँ थे, आप किस हालात में थे, आपको कैसी खबरें मिल रही थी और आपके मन में क्या हो रहा था। बट मैं 26 की शाम को 9 बजे के करीब बॉम्बे हाउस से अपने घर नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग आर्ट्स में जो नारीमन पॉइंट पे बिल्डिंग है वहाँ पे रहता था मैं, 17वें माले पे वापस पहुँचा और मुँह हाथ धोए खाना खाने बैठ गए। तो दिन का जो एक लय होती है, जो हम लोग एहसास करते हैं कि भाई चढ़ाव होता है, उसमें टर्बुलेंस होता है, कुछ चीज़ें होती हैं, कुछ काम करते हैं हम, कुछ मीटिंग्स होती हैं, कुछ झगड़े होते हैं, कुछ अच्छी बातें होती हैं, वो लय एक स्थिरता की तरफ बढ़ रही थी। खाना खा रहे थे, घर पे थे, और तब ये खबर आई कि लियोपोल्ड कैफे के पास में कुछ गैंग वॉर चल रही है। तो ये धीरे धीरे एहसास बढ़ने लगा कि भाई कुछ हो रहा है। जैसे खाना खत्म किया तो टीवी पर खबर आने लगी, और सबसे ज्यादा मेरे ऊपर जो असर हुआ उस टाइम, वो मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा था कि टीवी पर गोलियों की आवाज आ रही है या कहीं और से आ रही है। अब वजह छोड़िए, हम रहते थे ओबेरॉय के बगल में, उस बिल्डिंग में और हमारे बिल्डिंग में 25 मीटर का भी फर्क नहीं है, और वो गोलियां ओबेरॉय से आ रही थी। धमाके हो रहे थे, आवाज आ रही थी। आज भी मुझे वो एहसास है कि मेरा सबसे पहला रिएक्शन ये था कि ये हो क्या रहा है। एक मालूम नहीं था, कुछ इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं थी ज्यादा, जो भी थी वो ट्रिकल्स में आ रही थी। समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि माहौल और वातावरण में हो क्या रहा है। ये तो भूल जाइए कि मुझे क्या करना चाहिए, मुझे क्या सोचना चाहिए, हमें क्या करना चाहिए, इसका सॉल्यूशन क्या, वो वहां तक तो दिमाग पहुंचा ही नहीं था। तो शांति से मानसिक इस अशांति की हालत में मैं पहुंचा हुआ था कि मुझे अपने साधारणता से भी कम होने का एहसास बहुत गंभीरता से याद है आज। तो सबसे पहली चीज जो मुझे उस वातावरण में याद है कि आई एम नॉट जस्ट ह्यूमन, आई एम एन ऑर्डिनरी ह्यूमन हु इज कंफ्यूज्ड, who doesn't know and is struggling. Fear, anxiety, confusion, all of that went through my mind. My children are, my son was working with Deccan Herald, he was at work, I didn't know where he was. My daughter was in the UK, she didn't know what was happening to us. We were living opposite the Oberoi where some of the action was happening. My Taj was under assault. People had been reported to have been mercilessly shot. in a country and at a time when we thought we were civilized. The harshest form of human brutality was in my face. There was, of course, a lot of transactions and actions that happened in that time. वही मैं लोगों को छोड़ के आया था बॉम्बे हाउस में. लोग वहाँ पागलों की तरह अभी भी करते हैं, बट उस टाइम तो 10-11 तो आराम से बच जाते थे. तो मुझे पता था वहाँ भी लोग हैं. और उस तिकोन में मैं, यू आर फेमिलियर विद बॉम्बेज लेआउट, मोस्ट ऑफ यू. If you draw a triangle between VT Station, Oberoi and Taj, in the middle of that triangle is Bombay House. We had primitive security. Many of you have come to Bombay House in those days. दरवाजा वहाँ पे खुला रहता था. एक आधा गार्ड होगा, कोई तो होगा. No metal detectors in those days, no checking, no. पूछ लिया तो पूछ लिया कि भाई कहाँ हो आप, कहाँ जा रहे हो. और उस बिल्डिंग में खतरा था और हमारे लोग वहां पे थे. सड़कों पे खतरा था. तो the first thing I want to say is that, and my mind went to what would Mr. Tata be doing and thinking, where is he? I don't even know where he is. वो कोई इतने सेलिब्रिटी स्टाइल के इंसान नहीं है कि कहीं जाएंगे तो पूरा काफिला जाएगा साथ में. He would go quietly. He drives down. Now he doesn't, but he used to drive down Marine Drive in his own car, and people would wave at him from the next car, and he would wave back to the children who waved at him. So we didn't even know where he was. But I did know that my friend Prasad Menon, who was the MD of Tata Chemicals, was addressing a CII function in the Taj. And that he was an early sleeper, so he would have ducked the dinner and probably would have moved away. I called him and checked. He was on his way home. So checking with people like that. Ravikant, the managing director of Tata Motors, was having a family dinner with his mother in the restaurant in the Taj, where our Captain Randhawa, the pilot of our aircraft, his wife was shot dead. Where Hemant Oberoi was our master chef for that place. ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये लोग हैं. गहरे दोस्त भी ना हो और कई थे, इनके साथ वाकिफ थे. ये मेरे लोग थे. और ये सोचिए फॉर मिस्टर टाटा व्हाट दैट वुड मीन. And as the night unfolded, we tracked people, we found out, we conveyed messages of, safe well-being of people. We also tried to narrow down कि कहाँ पे कितने लोग कहाँ पे अटके हुए हैं. इस कहानी में बहुत सारे साधारण लोग हैं. सही में कह रहा हूँ मैं आपके साथ. I'm not trying to paint a picture. I'm sharing with you what I felt and feel. Hemant Oberoi, amazing human being. चिढ़ता था, डांटता था. उसका फेवरेट शेफ लंबू कैजाद was the recipient of his abuse from इसको सब्जी को ऐसे क्यों काटा, वैसे क्यों नहीं काटा, ऑल द वे डाउन टू फ्लेवर्स क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं इसमें. सो दीज वर ऑल ऑर्डिनरी ह्यूमन बीइंग्स. मल्लिका जगाड़, who had come in 2 years ago as a trainee into Taj in banquets. And we had seen her through those 2 years. Every time we would go to the Taj for a function, whether it was a Taj function or an official function or a Tata function, we would insist कि नहीं मलिका को वहाँ खड़ा करो. A, she has the right mindset. B, she's a learning, she's hungry to learn. At 22 was when she was trapped in the Prince's room along with the Hindustan Lever Global Board and managed to pull them out safely. So this was all happening. ये बाद की बातें तो बाद में आई, but हमारे दिमाग में, लोगों के दिमाग में, मिस्टर टाटा के दिमाग में, these human beings were there. Karambir Kang was the general manager of the Taj. Karambir we had brought back to Bombay to head the Taj. His family was still staying in the Taj on the 6th floor in a suite. They perished. 2 young children and the mother. These are real people for me. ये किसी अखबार में छपी हुई खबर में नाम की याद ही नहीं है. Sandeep Unnikrishnan, the major who laid down his life, was not just condoled by me and Mr. Krishna Kumar and Mr. Tata to Anami Roy, the DGP of Maharashtra, and Jyoti Krishna Dutt, his commander. But he was a person we had met before they went into action. How ordinary do you think we are? And is there something in our ordinary humanness that we need to touch to be able to do something a little more than ordinary? We tell our people, Zubin, you must do extraordinary things. You must, write papers, do research, teach, which is path-breaking in the finding of new knowledge. We urge people like you to do things which are not done before in this belt, to create new molecules, to discover new molecules, new ways of manufacturing them. But the foundation of that is our ordinariness. And that ordinariness is being human. Is there something, in that moment I felt, is there something bigger than me and myself that I can focus on to do the right thing right now? And I think this is the legacy that Mr. Tata has created. So I did not intend this to be a panegyric about Mr. Tata. This is not a ghost-written biography of his. God bless him, he has many years more to live. But it is a description of my experience of the man. And in this story, I discovered many heroes. One of whom was Mr. Tata for me. But there were many other heroes who were very ordinary as much as him. As this unfolded, my anger got the better of me. And I began to feel very resentful, very angry at the circumstances which had got created in our city of Bombay. See, the peculiar thing that I want you to experience. 2 nights definitely. Not a minute could we sleep in that house where we lived. Because जैसे आंख लगती थी, कुछ गोली चल जाती थी, कुछ आवाज होता था. And it was not that the law enforcement people were not active. The Marine Commandos were the first to get active after the Bombay Police. The Bombay Police spontaneously reacted. And they did what they did. They lost a lot of their senior people in the very first few minutes. But that did not stop them. The Marine Commandos quarantined these buildings, surrounded them, set up perimeters. In our building, we had a unit of Marine Commandos that night. And again, look at what was going through our minds, what we were talking with each other, including Mr. Tata. There is no access to our building. There is no ability to get out of our building. And that was happening to a lot of people in Bombay. They were not the people who were trapped in those 3-4 locations. Ordinary people. घर में कुछ करना है, खुद करना है. Pre-COVID experience of a COVID kind. दूध नहीं है. मरीन कमांडोज पता नहीं कहाँ से आए हैं, भूखे प्यासे. पानी देने को उनको कौन जाएगा? तो हम गए ना. घर से बोतलें लेके, पानी की, चाय का थर्मस लेके, बिस्किट के जो भी पैकेट मिले, जो भी खाने को मिला, because their base unit was set up in our building. Their shooters were deployed from our building, and the patrolling and the perimeter patrolling was done from there. We needed to take care of them. We had 140 people in Bombay House whom we had said कि अब घर मत जाओ, आप यहीं पे रहो, बाहर नहीं पड़ना है. तो खाना कौन खिलाएगा उनको? वहां पे खाना कैसे पहुंचाना है? So many people from the president moved food for our people and for others who might need it. Whatever calls they got, they moved food for people who were not able to eat. It was not as if Mr. Tata issued an instruction and gave a battle call. वो ड्रामा नहीं था उसमें. It was because the group had built over years a culture of saying, when something happens, we need to decide what is the right thing to do. So you live by not what you are told, not what you are instructed, not what you are asked, but what comes from inside, saying, what is the right thing for me to do? And to me, that was the most humbling experience. That this is what we have all become. So that is why I worship you. When you talk, when I experience you as a community, community का मतलब ये होता है. There was a point of time where we stopped telling each other, don't venture out. And it happened as a consequence of one very simple message which I got back. I was trying to talk to Mr. Tata. I got a message back saying he's gone to the Taj. And I was angry with helplessness. Saying, boss, that is the line of fire. That's not the place where you should be. We can't have you exposed to that kind of danger. He didn't tell anybody, he didn't take anybody. It so happened that both Mr. Krishna Kumar and I decided that Krishna Kumar also, the chairman of the vice chairman of Taj Indian Hotels, was in the same building. That we need to go there. We need to try to go there. Because Karambir was there at site. His wife and family had died. Our people were trapped there. Battle was going on. It was just not looking like, it was like COVID. कि जा ही नहीं रहा है यार, ये खत्म कब होगा? 2 दिन हो गए हैं. The dome had been burnt down. There were helicopters I could see from my window doing recce's and paradrops at the Chabad house, जहाँ एक और front खुल गया था. Now from our house we were exposed on both sides. See, the building is like this, the Obera is like this. So on the 16th floor where they were generally concentrated, they had line of fire into the front, they had line of fire into the back, and they had line of fire into this side of the building. To get out, this was called locked out, so Marine Drive was locked out. कहाँ से जाएंगे? And I knew that KK will try to get out there because his Taj was burning as much as mine. I went to his place at 8 in the morning. Ratna told me that वो पूजा कर रहे हैं, तैयार हो जाएंगे 2 मिनट में. He's just finishing. I asked her, is he dressing up to go out? She said he's already dressed. So clearly the intent was, so I said, did you tell him not to move out? She said he won't listen. So in the meantime he walked out, अपना tie jacket पहन के, पूरा तैयार होके. So I said, boss, you're not going to the Taj. He said, no, come. So I said, what do you mean come? I was standing in his way. So he said, I said, you can't get out of the building. The Marine commandos won't let you get out of the building because you are exposed to the line of fire. So he said, we'll go down and see. So I said, ठीक है. तो as we were going down, we organized for a vehicle to be in the Nariman Point office area because there was somebody there who could organize that. We went down, and again look at the. We were exposed to fire in the front of our building, which we had to walk down to go to the theatre, an NCPA theatre, from where we could take the back lane and go to the back of the theatre, which was on the Nariman Point, Maker Towers offices side, away from the line of fire. और वहाँ से we could get out. A Jawan from the Marine Commandos said, you can't go like this. आप जिद करोगे तो मैं आपके पीछे आता हूँ. He said, both of you crouch and walk on Marine Drive, just outside the railing of, because there's no wall, just railing. And this man actually was a body shield behind us while we dog walked all the way to that side and out of the line of fire. Why do people do such things? ठीक है, commandos and all that may be trained to do it, that's their job. But these are ordinary human beings also. How? And for my sake, मैं कौन हूँ भाई? तुम मेरी जान हो. You go and save a victim in the Taj, that's fine, but I'm on the road, I'm an ordinary person walking on the road. What is it that made people do these things? Going beyond and above the call of duty and defining the meaning of their existence and the choice of what to do or what not to do, when they were as confused or more confused than me or all of us. Later, I saw the CCTV recordings from inside the Taj. And I don't want to walk you through that. पिक्चर बनाने वाले उसको ड्रामेटाइज करेंगे, बनाएंगे, वो आप देखना. But my One visual I can't forget is 40 people inside the chambers which has glass doors. अंदर से लाइट बंद करके टेबलों के नीचे और कोई छिपने की जगह नहीं है. And these 4 characters in the Taj, whom we codenamed red, blue, green and black. Red, blue, green and yellow. Because of the tracksuits that they were wearing. They were color coded themselves. Would come periodically to that glass door, backpack with obviously whatever they were carrying, weapons, visible weapons on their body, and try to peep through the glass to see koi hai ki nahi hai. For some reason they didn't think that there would be anybody behind those doors. What would be happening to the people in there as they saw these terrorists come to the door again and again, check and go back? So was only some of us heroes in that? I think every person who dealt with this in the streets, in VT station, in Taj, and that was the respect that Mr. Tata in the aftermath brought to the table. And he said, we asked him the question, अब क्या करना क्या है? One reaction was, let's get hold of your Israeli friends and we had collaboration with lots of Israeli companies, technology, security, otherwise, and make sure that Bombay House is properly secured. So he said, yes, we should do that. But he didn't sound very enthusiastic about it. Obviously, it would get done. He said, what do you think who do you think was affected by this? So there's a long list of people who were affected. And the first priority was, can we set up some, what today we call mental health support? For people who may have been there or may not have been there, may have been survivors, may have been escapees, may have been victims. But can we set up some mental health well-being support for them? Whoever was affected, in whatever form or manner. So it started that broad. And then it came into things like, what can we do to people who've lost their parents, people who've lost their children, people who've lost their financial well-being, whatever. And a lot was done. A lot was done. I don't think it is the stuff that media should take up. I don't even think it is the stuff that should be tom-tommed from the rooftops. But I think it's important to learn what has to be done. Huge amount of financial commitment was made, and the money is not important. That it served the purpose of taking that child who was orphaned to a complete and full education of their choice and the support to make them succeed in life beyond that is not a one-time activity. And it is not a one-time commitment. Those, I think, were the lessons and the imaginations that came to me. But I will stop there because, for obvious reasons, delving too much on हम लोगों की बात में एक जिक्र हुआ था, and I'm just giving a rationalization for my reluctance to go into the gory details. That when we look at ourselves particularly, or our experiences, we tend to look at the lights. मेरे चेहरे पे lights दिख रहे हैं मुझे आईने में, उन highlights को मैं देखता हूँ. Shadows को over time मैं भूल जाता हूँ. I not only erase them, I don't pay attention to them, but I forget them also. I rewrite my history. Societies do that, political leaders do that, individuals like you and me also do that. So let's be a little more human with ourselves and remember the shadows, especially in ourselves. So I'll stop there and leave it to you to ask any questions that you may have to ask. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's been a different kind of story, and the telling of it would have made that clear to you. Some dysfunctional parts of it I apologize for, but I do hope you were with the story as I told it. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to take any questions. So, questions? Yes. Haji.
So I want to ask you, how did you tackle this kind of trauma experience, and do you still feel flashbacks and memories which agitate you or give you stress of those things?
See, I'll try and answer that honestly. A part of it I have chosen to erase from my memory because it was too horrible to deal with. But I haven't completely managed to erase it. And it is only when there is a community like this which offers you unconditional love, and you have friends like Vivek who nudge you to look at those shadows, that it comes alive. But unless I work with it, I don't think I would have done what needs to be done to reconciling myself, learning from it fully, and also arriving at a place where I can settle that in my own mind.
Thank you. I think it's really brave that you shared all that. Thank you for that.
I am witnessing a very, very interesting situation here. There is a gentleman, very sensitive gentleman, our speaker today, who has experienced an extremely traumatic situation and is spelling out lessons for us. And there is a questioner, Dr. Anurag Mishra, who runs wherever there is a disaster. And he has been helping out people as a doctor. He is a very renowned doctor in Delhi. He moves to every area wherever there is a disaster and helps out people. So very interesting combination of questioner and answer. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, sir, I would like to take opportunity asking or having your guidance, and then I'll request other colleagues also to share the mic. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing. We felt all audience the real situation which would have been through the way you have described it. I think same way we all have experienced the pandemic, the day when there was a lockdown. Many generation would not have imagined some situation like this, which we are not habituated to or which we are not tuned with. And that was a day anyone would have forget if I am vice president or if I am an entrepreneur or billionaire or something. And for that time of pandemic, we all were again human. We were having all different experiences, what is going on, exactly something like what you shared. But when the situation passes away, again the person comes back to normal state of his mind and behavior and attitude, and again wearing all those caps which he was holding earlier. How do you guide all of us, sir, to remain or be human, and the feeling that we had during that time, how can we leverage it, or how can we actually take as a learning to improve ourselves in future, being better human?
Yeah, I don't know if I have a prescriptive answer for it, but I can share with you what I'm trying to do. You and I both have used words like normal to describe pre-pandemic self and context. I've tried to rewrite that word, and which is the most attractive part of what this conclave is all about. The assumption that what we became in the pandemic was not normal, and we have flipped back to normal. The emphasis on it's okay to have been not normal as we thought. And if we accept that in ourselves, leverage, using that as a basis, will all be outcomes. I think I have to start with saying, I cherish and I value my ordinariness. It's beyond okay. It's more than okay to have been through this and got in touch with that in me, which made me think, feel, do that which was not normal before. If I can anchor there, I find myself holding that pattern of response to whatever context I encounter in a more wholesome way for myself. So I don't know if that helps you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, we can do questions in the breaks as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so hi, my name is Sibi Thomas. I'm from Asian Paints, sir. I have two parts. So first part is a kind of a compliment, sir. You might have received a lot, but you have completely upended this. It's okay to be human for me. So when I came here, it was more like you would be talking about today we are expected to deliver a lot, and okay to be human is like at a lower level, चलता है वाला. And you were trying to, I came here thinking कि हाँ ये topic का मतलब ये है, and you've completely upended it for me. So it goes from one level to the next. So because this ordinary person in itself is a Superman. That is what I'm taking away from this talk. So that is the first part of it. Second part is the questions that I have. I've heard a lot about how the Tata employees behaved after the incident happened, at the time of the incident which happened, right? What I wanted to really gain is that before the incident happened, what are the top 2 or 3 things that come to your mind which make them behave that way? For that brought out that kind of loyalty that made them go that far. So if you can...
to my mind, and this may be a simplistic answer. First of all, let me compliment you on the transcending in you which you are attributing to me. I think the kudos are to you that you framed it in such a magnificent way. But to come back to the second one, I think it is at a simplistic level the way we are. If you seed that right, manifest behavior in multiple contexts and multiple modes, in thought, in feeling, in action, will align with that much more than anything else does. What do I mean by that? If this community begins to wonder and think what is the right thing to do, not the legal thing, not correct as per law, not good in the management school, I'll pass this OB test or leadership exam. But for me, what is the right thing to do? If you build that convergence between the authentic dilemmas of moral choice faced by the leader and by the followers, you will inevitably have a coalescing of how it manifests. Then you don't need prescriptive manuals. You don't need SOPs. Because what will come from a deeper sense of what is right. So how do you deal with a simple tactical issue? A guest comes to the restaurant, doesn't like something, and you compliment a meal of his choice or her choice. And the manager says, what the hell, you're wasting money. एक तो गलत खाना खिलाया और ऊपर से तुम, no, I thought that was the right thing to do. How do you deal with those moments of truth in shaping that sense of what is right across a series of experiences that people talk about, they gossip about, they tell stories about it, they talk in the locker room about it, and that builds the ethos. So it's much more deeper work than the transactional part of management practices. Okay, thank you. Yes, there was a lady there who was. Sorry, I'll try and be quick on this.
As a mental health practitioner, I would like to ask you, sir, that being in a leadership position at that moment, what you just spoke about thoughts and actions just now. How difficult was it for you as a person to remain calm as well as take the right decision in that traumatic time?
See, I can relate to the question and where you're coming from. I try to do that myself, which is to parse issues into buckets that I can manage and handle and deal with. But it doesn't work that way. I felt scared, I felt angry, I felt helpless. I felt I couldn't do a damn thing for those people who were on the line. And yet, at the same time, I was making a list physically of the people I needed to call and check on to make sure that they were okay. This is being human. And it's okay to be contradictory and excite the curiosity of mental health practitioners like you and Dr. Saab here to see, kya pagal hai kya? If he is being honest, how the hell did all this happen in that one mind, body, heart, whatever you want to call it? It did. It does. And that is, to my mind, okay. But being conscious of it, not leaving it, or only one-sidedly. See, I could have made this story into a hero story. You wouldn't have known the difference. I could have made this into a villain story of abdication and inaction. You wouldn't have known the difference. I would not. So I tried to be as honest as I can to myself, because I have to learn from this. I have yet a lot of opportunity in this experience to distill more wisdom for ways of life for myself and for others. And that, I think, is the right thing to do. Thank you very much all. It's been an absolute pleasure.
big thank you to you, Mr. Satish Pradhan, for this lovely thought sharing. And there are some thoughts which I picked up from this story and his presentation, which I will. These are a la carte really, not properly arranged. Okay. But he says that in this calamity we thought of people. Now this is extremely important. Okay, he was not thinking of how much loss Taj will make or something like that, but what is happening to people in Taj, what is happening to people in Bombay House, and that's a very interesting aspect I picked up. He asked one question which I will keep on thinking for months to come. And that question is there something in our ordinariness to achieve something extraordinary? Now this is a beautifully worded question. He comes out impromptu, but wonderful, thought-provoking question. I have written this. Maybe 6 months of work on this, and I will come out with a blog praising you about this. Okay, so a great question here. He says that when a calamity happens, we need to decide what is the right thing to do. Now, actually, we need to decide what is the right thing to do every moment. Why wait for calamity? Okay, but his point is that when the calamity occurs, we are swayed by the emotions. And when you are swayed by the emotions, you are unlikely to take the right decision. Because decision must be taken rationally. Emotions can be an input for that decision, but decisions must be taken rationally. And how in calamity we can take well-reasoned decisions to do whatever is the right thing to do. Okay, this is easy said, but it's extremely difficult to do, as all of you who would have experienced calamitous situation will tell us. But it's again a great thought to carry. Basically, at this juncture, something which is there in the culture comes to the fore. So, what is the right thing to do? The input is coming daily, and when the calamity happens, you see the manifestation that people are doing the right thing. I think there is something in the culture. I am intrigued by a very interesting fact. There were not one but two organizations at work. He spoke only of one organization, but I am going to speak about the other organization, which was the terrorist organization which sent its people to kill people here. Okay. Now the message in the hands of people who were given guns was that if you kill people, you will reach the heaven. Now how can you reach heaven when you are going to kill innocent people? I do not know. But that was the message to them, and they bit the bullet and they came to kill many people here. And here was another organization called Tata or Taj Hotels, okay, which brings out the greatest in the human beings, and it was not done with the ulterior purpose of going to heaven. Now, very interesting how two organizations are responding to a situation, okay, and very, very different things. And this is why when he says that how can you make Superman out of ordinary person, this is it. So Osho says, and this is my last comment, Osho says that there is no God. There is no God in this world, is what Osho says. But if you go in search of godliness in people, you will find many. And this is the story I picked up from your presentation, that we have to look for godliness in people and maybe nurture godliness in ourselves. Great, sir. Thank you so much. And there are many things I will carry home for thought. I am now going to invite Mr. B.M. Patel to address us on living by human values, a way of life at DCM. Looking forward. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Himanshu Bhatt, for inviting me here. It's really great. I'm very happy to be here and sitting with HR dignitaries. Before I share the way of human lives, the way of DCM Sriram, I would like to share one event because I had worked with Tata Group as a consultant for transforming safety culture, and for that work we had invited a couple of consultants, expert consultants all around the world, those guys having experience of working in DuPont. And DuPont is considered to be one of the safest companies in the world, so Tata Group decided to engage DuPont retired guys to help them understand and handholding their senior leadership team to transform the safety culture. And at that time, sir, this event I am sharing is of 2011. It is November 2011. And Prasad Menon sir was there as a managing director of Tata Power. So one of my consultants, together with me, we were seated with Prasad Menon sir in Bombay House. And the consultant name is Bill Robert, he's from US. And he said, Prasad, I want to meet Mr. Ratan Tata. I was shocked. How can he demand, and that is the managing director of Tata Power, and to meet chairman of Tata Sons? I was saying, yeah. No, hold on. No, I want to meet. So Menon sir rang up Kisaki, and within half an hour, Ratan Tata sir gave an appointment to meet with Bill Robert. So I also went together with him. Prasad Menon sir was also there. What happened? Ratan Tata sir asked why you wanted to meet me. So Bill Robert, he was around 67 plus. So I read that you are Bentley lover. Ratan Tata sir loved Bentley car. At that time, perhaps he was driving from Bombay to Pune also. And he was also Bentley lover. But this is the two things which are matching in us. So I thought your guidance will help me coaching, educating, hand-holding your senior leaders. So help me what we should do and how we should do. So Ratan Tata said, okay, so what are you teaching them? What are you educating? How do you hand-holding them? So we are teaching them visible felt leadership. Oh. So say, Ratan Tata said, say more, what about the visible felt leadership? I say, it's all about leadership being seen and feel. Instantly Ratan Tata sir said, okay, add one more tagline. Leadership is about seen, feel, that is your O, add by believed also. So leadership is all about being seen, feel and believed. If you are talking about just seeing and believing, it may be drama, it may be acting. But whatever you are saying, people should feel it, and that is what sir narrated today. Sorry, I took another few minutes time, but I said this is how Ratan Tata created feeling in all his stakeholders, all his employees, all his customers, all his suppliers, all buyers. And this is all about feeling about Ratan Tata. So come back to the topic which has been asked me to talk about. See, I joined this company DCM Sriram during COVID time. I joined on 7th of May 2020, but just lockdown was open. Prior to that, I was working for BSF. So I'm a lockdown product, I'm a Corona product for DCM Sriram. So what I will talk here, because that is what I have seen, so what I will talk, it's all about my experiences in DCM Sriram managing, leading people, community, suppliers, contractors. And the way it is managed, it's really amazing. It's built a lot of good, comfortable experiences. So everyone knows. Someone talked about before COVID we were different, now we are different. We learned how to help each other, whether we are knowing him or not knowing him. How to collaborate, how to connect, how to identify what is the problem with each others. A lot of things we learn. A lot of people have lost their near and dear ones, and still they have learned how to manage keeping those emotions aside. How to ensure the people those who are eyeing on you should not get carried away with those emotions. So if I talk about DCM Shriram, so every organization has a core values. So like DCM Shriram also have a core values, and their core values is easily rememberable, and people can easily articulate and think of, okay, I have to do something because it's I act on. That's the core values. I act on word itself indicates that I'll have to act on. I'll have to do something. And what is this I act on is about? It came from the first letter of some of the words. And these words are every day in the ears and eyes of the people. It's not just DCM Shriram, but the people, all here, the HR leaders working for many corporates, and everybody is knowing about these words. But the way this was articulated, I act on. So I is for integrity. Everyone knows. A is for agility. C is for customer centricity. T for teamwork. O for openness. And new for newness. That is how this I act on core value is built on. So how this is lived at DCM Shriram, and these are my personal experiences which I am going to share with all of you. So during COVID time, we were not aware how we will fight this pandemic. And this was started way back in somewhere in October, November 2019 in China. At that time, we were not aware even. Many more functions were happening at the country level, state level, district level, company level. And people were thinking, oh, and ये तो 2% लोगों को होता है, उसमें 0.01% अटक हो सकते हैं. So हम तो 140 करोड़ में 2% में 0.01% कहाँ आने वाले हैं? So that was the approach in November, December 2019. And January, February, people started afraiding if it spreads in India, what will happen? And then all of a sudden, lockdown came in March. So living on these core values, I act on. Some of my colleagues are here: Vasisht, Kamal, Richa, Bhavin. And some were there at that time. I was not there at that time, but this is what I heard. It was very early before spreading the COVID-19. And our people decided, let us create the awareness into the community. And, we are operating in Jagadia, and Jagadia is a tribal belt. It's difficult to get into people's hearts and minds to help them understand the consequences of such disasters. So with this challenge, our team decided, let's go ahead, and we have adopted 19 villages where we are operating. So let's go and educate and create the awareness among all the people, those who are living by 19 villages. So a lot of things were done. Communications, posters, displays, रिक्शा लेके चला के बात करने का, समझाने का, रेडियो से स्प्रेड करने का, all these things happen. That has perhaps created some influence in the people that, okay, yes, these guys are saying has some meaning to our lives. एंड देन भयानक फेज वापस चालू हुआ। तो वैक्सीनेशन के अलावा कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता क्योंकि काफ़ी सारे लोग मर रहे थे। जिस लोगों को हम जानते थे उसमें कुछ पता चलता था, अरे यार इसको कोविड हुआ एंड नाउ ही इज नो मोर। आई लॉस्ट माई 2 फ्रेंड्स which are very close to me. Even I lost my father also during COVID. So, ऐसी सिचुएशन में अब इन 19 विलेजर्स हैं, उनको कैसे समझाए कि भाई वैक्सीन लेना जरूरी है। आप नहीं लोगे तो आपके फैमिली में भी खतरा है और आजू बाजू के लोगों को भी खतरा है। एंड मीडियाज में काफ़ी आ रहा था, अरे यार ट्राइबल बेल्ट में लोग मान रहे हैं कि ये वैक्सीन अगर लिया तो मर जाएंगे, उससे तो अच्छा है ना ले वो अच्छा। सो देन वी डिसाइडेड ओके लेट्स पुट आवर एफर्ट्स बिकॉज इट्स ऑल अबाउट पीपल। लोग बदलते तो है, सुधरते तो है, चेंज तो होते हैं। हम जैसे लोग जल्दी चेंज हो जाते हैं क्योंकि हम में ज़्यादा समझदारी होते हैं। उन लोगों में इतनी समझदारी नहीं होती है, इसलिए उनको थोड़ा टाइम लगता है, बट चेंज तो होता है, बदलाव तो आता है। अगर हमारी जितनी समझदारी उनमें होती तो वो हमारी जगह पे हो सकते थे। हाँ, सो विद दैट थॉट वी डिसाइडेड टू एजुकेट देम एंड गो बैक टू ऑल दोस 19 विलेजेस एंड टेल देम भाई वैक्सीन लेना जरूरी है। सो वी टाइड अप विथ आवर ओन पीपल ऑल्सो, आवर CSR टीम, आवर द पीपल दोज हु आर इंटरेस्टेड helping people. All those people went over there. Also we have tied up with one of the NGOs. So around 35-40 people have worked day in day out, and we could achieve 98.2% vaccination of the first dose and around 90% in the second dose. And I was talking about 19 villages where eligible population for vaccination was more than 12,000. So now come to the contractors, workers working in the site. Okay, you are taking care of community, but at the end of the day, we are a running factory, and that factory was also producing something which was relevant to the COVID-19 management. Because we are a chloroalkali factory where we are manufacturing caustic, chlorine, and hypochlorite is a co-product. And hypochlorite is also a very good disinfectant for killing the germs. So proper sanitizations can be done by using the dilute sodium hypochlorite. So we need to run the factory also. In fact, during lockdown, government asked us to reopen and run the plant to produce sodium hypochlorite. So we repurpose our factory operations. Just to produce sodium hypochlorite, some of the technical people are here and they will be able to understand. To run the factory to produce sodium hypochlorite doesn't make any sense from any point of view, even from safety and health environment point of view. But we learn how to produce sodium hypochlorite with minimum concern on safety, health and environment, and producing less chlorine and less caustic. And I'm proud to say that with that repurpose we could we have given around more than 750,000 liter of hypochlorite all around the state, Gujarat state, even Rajasthan, UP also, and almost all the Gram Panchayat in Bharuch district and nearby district, some of the municipalities, some of the municipal corporations, and we feel pride that yes, we could help lot of people in sanitization during that tough time as well. It was just starting of the second wave, and I guess it was April 2021. Government was insisting, government created buzz that okay, your CSR spending should be done to fight the COVID-19. So we were also doing lot of work other than these educations and vaccinations, but government was also running out of oxygen, starvation of oxygen, and lot of people were required oxygen. So district collector have requested many of the big industries in Bharuch districts please help us either to give the oxygen bottles or oxygen concentrators. So, because I am a technical person, so I thought oxygen concentration cannot help, and I learned this from my father's illness. He was a critical patient, and it's a village place. The oxygen concentration can give you maximum 10 liter per minute, but if it is a critical patient, 10 liter per minute is nothing. So you need something bigger than that. So if you just end up giving oxygen concentrated, perhaps it will be in the warehouses. It will not be in use. So I met district collector that time and said, sir, you have requested to give us concentrator, but from my point of view, it will not be useful in the purpose which we are intending. So he said, what can be done? Sir, we can give you oxygen generators. In factories, we are generating nitrogen. We can reverse that operations and generate oxygen, and perhaps it will be better idea to provide the oxygen to the needy and critical patient. Like, is it possible? Like, yes. How long it will take? It will take at least 30-40 days. No, we need now. Okay, sir, there can be some short term, but long term should be oxygen generators. So oxygen concentrator we can manage, but will not be useful. But because you are insisting, we will try to do it. And long term perspective, let's focus on oxygen generators. So how many oxygen generators you can give? I came from the multinational background, so it is instantaneous questions to me, and was not able to answer. Because it is going to crore more than 1.5 crore rupees. So I thought, okay, I cannot decide now. So I requested collector at that time, saying, sir, can I come back to you after 1 hour? Do you need to take approval? But I know it may not be approval, but I need to consult someone. Okay, you can consult here only. So I called up our CMD. Fortunately, he in first rank he leaped the phone and said, "Okay, yeah, VM, what do you want?" Well, sir, I am in the collector office, and he is requesting to us for setting up the PSA oxygen generators. Okay, go ahead and do it. So I said, sir, it will cost a lot. Well, no, go ahead. If it is the right thing to do, do it. And that is how then we decided 6 oxygen generators, which is sufficient enough to cater critical patient, 250 critical patient. So we installed and commissioned 4 oxygen generators in Bharuch Civil Hospital and 2 in EC Ankleshwar. Okay. So this is all about the community, but what we have done for our own people, because it was very tough time and we lost 2 of our colleagues. One was young, bright chemical engineer, and his age was around 32 years. And one was young operators who was running one of our critical plant in Jagavia. He was having 3 kids and 28, 29 years old. Unlike every company, we also have union, so we have certain agreement with the union. Okay, if something go wrong with some people, certain amount will be paid. So, as per the agreement, these 2 people were died, and as per agreement, we were supposed to pay something, which was felt by everybody that it is not sufficient for survival of the family. So we decided, okay, let's pay what is enough. So then we paid more than 24 CTC, right? And why I am saying this? Because I am feeling embarrassed sharing this experience. One of the family member called to share her gratitude to me. कि बॉस आपने बहुत अच्छा किया, but I felt very bad. ये gratitude नहीं है. It was our duty because this is the way DCM believes about the people. लोगों का इंश्योरेंस का पेमेंट नहीं हो रहा था, कुछ वो टाइम पे ये वाला इंश्योरेंस नहीं था शायद, नॉर्मल मेडिक्लेम हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम हुआ करता था, वो प्रीमियम ये कवर्ड नहीं था कोविड-19 का. सो 1 or 2 एक्सपीरियंस वी आर हैविंग फ्रॉम आवर ओन एम्प्लॉयज. सो दे सेड ऐसा हो रहा है बॉस, क्या करें. So then we decided, okay, let us include insurance of COVID-19 also together with our medical insurance and for contractor labor also. So this is what is the way of life at DCM Sriram, treating people and trusting people, caring people and respecting people. I'm getting signal from sir that okay, it is becoming more lengthy in that sharing my experience. So with this, I personally believe that I have not made any mistake joining DCM Sriram, coming from the multinational companies and like DuPont and BASF. And this is coming from the bottom of my heart. So once again, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for inviting me and sharing seat with visionary HR leaders like Patwardhan sir and Vikram sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned about core values. When one particular quote comes to my mind, the quote is very simple. People should know what you stand for. And this is very obvious. People should know what you stand for. But the next part is even more important. People should also know what you don't stand for. I think both are important. Thank you very much, sir. And over to Himanshu for the book publication.
मैंने पहले सेशन में जो शुरुआत में बात की थी, श्री कमल भाई नायक जो इस विस्तार में बहुत ही कॉम्पिटेंट एंड कंट्रीब्यूटिंग एचआर लीडर के रूप में जाने जाते हैं, उनके विन विन अप्रोच के लिए वो एक रोल मॉडल है. विन विन अप्रोच इन एम्प्लॉय रिलेशंस. और उन्होंने जहां जहां भी काम किया, दोनों ग्रुप ने उनको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया. तो उन्होंने अपने कुछ एक्सपीरियंसेस लिखे, गुजराती भाषा में लिखे हैं, बहुत लोगों तक पहुंच सके इसलिए. वो जो भी एक्सपीरियंस लिखे हैं उसमें खट्टे मीठे सभी एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, लेकिन अपनी बड़ाई किसी में भी नहीं है, किसी में भी नहीं है. अद्भुत है. मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि ये किताब हर एक एचआर के कोर्स चलाने वाले ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को टेक्स्ट बुक के रूप में यूज करनी चाहिए. तो मैं कमल भाई से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि किताबें दें, और मैं अपने डिग्निटरीज से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि बुक को रिलीज करें.
The title of the book is the message of the day.
Yes.
And the title of the book is Diamonds Are Forever, So Are Morals.
ये किताबें ये अलग है. हाँ, ये कमल भाई ने जो लिखी है वो किताब है.
Okay, sorry.
लेकिन नहीं, it is also for the same purpose.
Okay.
आइए. और भाई, हाँ, प्लीज. हाँ.
કેલ્વિન વધારો કેલ્વિન બ્લુ આવે છે. Kelvin. બ્લુ ઇમેજ વડે આવે થોડી કેલ્વિન
બે શબ્દો કમલભાઈ તરફથી.
मैं बहुत ही नसीबदार हूँ कि प्रधान सर और पटवर्धन सर और बीएम सर के हाथों से आज इस पुस्तक का अनावरण हुआ है. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. ये जो एक अविरत प्रवाह चल रहा है, हमारे 125 मीटिंग है, इन दौरान कई बार ऐसा हुआ कि कई सारी मीटिंग में मुझे अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करने का मौका मिला. तो भट्ट साहब ने काफ़ी प्रेरणा दी मुझे कि भाई कमल भाई कुछ लिखो ताकि यंग जनरेशन को भी काफ़ी चीज़ जानने मिले. तो उनकी प्रेरणा से ये पुस्तक आज मैंने लिखा है एंड आई एम श्योर इसमें से काफ़ी सीनियर्स लीडर को पता चलेगा कि इनका भी ऐसे ही कुछ एक्सपीरियंसेस हुए हैं. और जो यंग जनरेशन है, जो बूमिंग प्रोफेशनल्स है, उनके लिए भी कुछ सीख मिलेगी, ऐसा मेरा मानना है. सर थैंक यू वेरी मच, मुझे ये प्रेरणा दी आपने. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we are at the concluding of the first session, and like one of the person who questions suggested, I think, sir, you have raised the bar and set the tone for this meeting. And like you read out the title of the book, diamonds are forever and so are morals. And so are the messages that we are taking with us today. I just want to say one thing. Patwardhan sir spoke about the point he liked in Satish Pradhan sir's speech, which was about something in our ordinary humanness that makes us extraordinary. And he also talked about godliness. And I'm just wondering, is there something in our ordinary humanness that really makes us godly and makes us, like you're talking about, doing right things at right time? So with those thoughts, let's go and have some tea. I request you to keep it to 20 minutes. It's 11:07 right now. If we can all be back by 11:25 when we want to have our next session started, please. Tea is right out behind, so it's not too far away. It should be easy for you to go grab and come back. Thank you very much.
એમને ઇમેજ આપી ને એ મૂકવાની છે. તો હવે અહીંયા શું કરવાનું?
પ્લસ પર જઈને ઇમેજ લઈ લો,
એટલે અહીંયા ઇમેજ મૂકવાની. પછી પેલું ડુપ્લિકેટ કરી દેવાનું ને. બસ ખાલી આ જ પૂછવું હતું કે એના અહીંયા કંઈ ઓપન. ઓકે, ફિટ ટુ સ્ક્રીન, ટ્રાન્ઝિશન, ડુપ્લિકેટ સીન. બસ હવે એને સ્ટ્રીમિંગ કરી રાખવાનું, ચાલુ રાખવાનું. એટલે એને પછી ઈમેલની જગ્યાએ વિડીયો કેપ્ચર ડિવાઇસ પર ક્લિક કરી દેવાનું.
એનું લોક કરી દેવાનું. આપણું જે કેમેરો બંધ થાય ને એને બંધ કરી નાખવાનું, મારી દેવાનું. એટલે એ આપણો કેમેરો બેટરી બંધ
અને આ ચાલુ રાખવાનું છે આપણે. તો પછી બેટરી ચાલુ મૂકી દે ને એટલી વાર. હા, એવું કરતા
ઉપર કેમેરા આપણે કાઢી લઈએ, મૂકું ત્યાં નીચે વાયર આટલું ટૂંકું પડ્યું વાયર
લાગે.
ટેપ મળી જાય ને, ટેપ તો કામ થઈ જાય.
મેં રિસેપ્શન પર ટેપ મળી જશે.
રિસેપ્શન પર તપાસ
પેપર ટેપ.
હા,
ચાર પાંચ તો પાડી. એક વાગે ચાલુ કર, 1 વાગે કરશે ને પછી સીધું 1-2 કલાકનો ગેપ.
પછી પાછું 2 થી 4
એટલું ઊંચા હવેના સ્પીકર છે ને એને વાઇટ લેન્સ પાછળ લગાવવું પડતું ફરતા ફરતા હોય છે
એવું છે. ઓકે તો
એમને પાછળ લઈને વાઇટ લગાડી દે તારું એ પતી એક સ્ક્રીનમાં આવી જશે.
એટલે ચાલતા ચાલતા બોલશે
આગળ
હા તો પાછળ 15 મિનિટ હા બધા અલગ અલગ
બેટરી લગાવી ને આખું વાયરલેસ નહીં કરાવે ખાલી બેટરીને જ ચોટાડે
એવું કરું જમવાનું કર્યું પડી જાય
પડી ગઈ જરાક જોજે સાઈડ
Hello. Hello. Check, check. Hello.
Hello. There's a request. If anybody is here in this group who is come with the white Swift GJ162287, I repeat the number Swift 2287 white Swift. The car is coming in way of another car that needs to move out. If you can just raise your hand if you are here and then go. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Hello. May I request all of us to please come ourselves back. We would like to start the next session soon. I know talking to each other is lovely and enjoyable, but I think it would be nice if we come here so that we can start the next session, which is going to be equally enlightening as the first one was. Can we please assemble back? May I request all our volunteers to please nudge all the people at the tea tables to come forward and take their seats in the audience. May I may I request everyone to please take your seats or anyone else's seats, that's okay. Just grab a seat and
મેનેજર જે
be
ફરે ને
seated.
સૂટ પહેરીને એને પૂછે છે રાખો નહીં
Okay, I think it's time now to start with the next session.
My personal request to everybody, kindly take your seats. The next session has to start. Kindly take your seats, please. Those who are standing in between, ભાઈ જે વચ્ચે ઊભા છે તે બધા બેસી જાઓ. આપણે બીજું સેશન ચાલુ કરીએ છીએ.
So now let's set the context for the first session of the day. I invite Shri Vivek Patwardhan to set the context of the session.
Hello. Yeah, welcome back, friends. And we are going to have with us in this session two persons who are going to present their thoughts on very diverse subjects, but in a way they are related. So, Ms. Nandita Venksatkar, who was Director HR of AMCOR, she will be speaking on Get Your Feelings to Work, It's Okay to Be Human. I know Nandita well, and she has worked with companies like Philips and Johnson Controls, and I know her to be a person who will express her mind quite well. I mean, her feelings, her thoughts, very articulate person. So Nandita will cover Get Your Feelings to Work, and thereafter we will listen to Dr. Zubin Mullah, who is an authority on leadership, on the subject of leadership, and a very renowned professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences with large following on Facebook and social media. So,
Thank you, sir. We would like to also invite Ms. Nandita Wagh with the book. Okay, so may I request Karan? Do we have Karan around? Karan Shah, please come forward and welcome Nandita ma'am with the book before she starts the session. And while we are in that moment, may I request Karan to also welcome Dr. Mullah.
morning. So, good morning, everybody. Very good morning to all. And yesterday at dinner, I was telling Dr. Mullah, thank Lord my session is before yours, or I would get a complex. Now, after I saw that my session was immediately after the break, I got further scared. Right? So, I know everybody has had a good cup of tea and coffee, and I hope you're all comfortable. So, what I'm going to talk about is thoda hatke. It's all about emotions, right? And I very strongly believe that emotions only make you stronger if we know how to get in touch with them, right? And I see a good smattering, and I'm very happy to see a lot of women professionals here. And it's all about getting in touch with your emotions and getting your whole self to work. So it's a little different. So what I very strongly believe is that when you're all alone and you're thinking about everything, know that wherever I am and whatever I'm doing, I'm also doing the same. Across the ocean or 1,000 miles, it doesn't mean that we can't talk a while or smile because we are only human. So this is by a gentleman called Mark Foster. So we are all internet kids, you know? I still believe I'm a kid at heart. So what do? I got a nice topic to talk on. First thing I did was I went on Google. You go on Google, this is a song you get, right? It's a wonderful song and it has a lot more stuff to it, but I thought this was very relevant. After all, you and me are not different. We may be a different gender, we may be a different race, we may have different sexual orientation, blah blah blah. Bottom line, we are only human. And what are humans? Humans are Homo sapiens, supposedly the wise ones, right? Supposedly. We are the ones with the complex emotions which we carry around with us, and those emotions determine what we do at work, right? What we do in life. And that's what I'm going to touch about, right? There's a book called Catalyze. I'm sure you guys might have read it. It's by Krish Shankar, who is the group HR head for Infosys. I think I'm going to need it because I'm a little too short. I'm vertically challenged, right? To use it. Yeah, she's giving a bottle. So he says very clearly that at the end of the day, we are a bunch of emotions. And emotions is the base of any engagement. Guys, can you hear me? Yeah, that's good. So, emotions are a base of any engagement. Any attrition analysis will show you why do most of the people leave the job? They leave because of their bosses. Correct? End of the day, what you have with your boss or with your manager or with your organization is an emotional attachment. पैसा सब देते भाई, कोई 10% कम देता है, कोई 10% ज़्यादा देता है. आप क्या देखते हो? How comfortable am I working in the organization? So it's all about emotions. Please do read this chapter on emotions about engagement in Krish Shankar's book. Really mind-boggling, right? End of the day, किसी भी appraisal में कोई बॉस आपको पूछता है, भाई तेरा कैसे लगा? नहीं, वो क्या पूछता है? भाई तेरे को 10 मिलियन करना था, तूने 8 मिलियन किया, ये बता क्यों? Why did you fail? Not why you succeeded. What was your happiness point? We don't, right? So very clearly, it's all about emotions. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Get your feelings to work. At the end of the day, your emotions forms the basis of all your engagement to your organization, and it gives you a commitment. A lot of my talk is going to be driving from examples. So I'll share a few examples here. There's a lady called Chetna Sinha. She runs an organization called the Mandeshi Foundation. And this works for microfinancing for women in rural Maharashtra. Amazing woman. Where did the concept of microfinancing for women come from? because these women are tired of their husbands drinking away their savings and their earning, and no bank would give them a loan to set up their own business. They said, we will first get educated, we will run our own bank. What did she build on? She built on emotions. The fact that I don't like my husband drinking away my savings, my earnings, I need a future for my family, and with that emotion, Mandeshi Foundation is an example to be read about. Please do read about it, right? All of us read a lot about Indra Nui, Leena Nair. All of us are LinkedIn fans. Huh? If I go across the town, all of us are on LinkedIn. And we do a lot of reading. There are a lot of Indian examples. There's a lady called Arundhati Bhattacharya, the ex-MD of State Bank of India. Please read her autobiography, and she talks about emotions. She talks about the decisions she took and the basis that she laid in State Bank of India. Imagine State Bank of India, right? Simple example she gives as a lady who was working there, and her daughter was in the US. She needed 1 month का छुट्टी. स्टेट बैंक में 15 दिन से ज़्यादा नहीं मिलते भाई, नहीं तो अनपेड हो जाएगा. This lady came to us and said, I don't have an option. My daughter is really in trouble and I have to take it, or let me go. I will quit. So Arundhati Bhattacharya went out of the way and sanctioned her 1.5 months of leave. The lady came back much more committed, and she delivered some of the most fantastic projects which even State Bank of India even today is very proud of, and you can find record of that. This is not a story. Point here is, what is the cost of getting your feelings or your humanness to work? पैसे में it's a rounding error. भाई धंधा बहुत बड़ा होता है. किसी को kindness दिखाने से आपका rounding error issue नहीं होता. You can still make that up. But when you lose in terms of commitment, you lose in terms of talent, you will never get it back. One of the proteges of Arundhati Bhattacharya is a lady called Padmaja Chunduru. She is the managing director of NSDL, Allahabad Bank, Indian Bank की CMD हुआ करती थी. उनकी लाइफ भी पढ़ने लायक है. तो वो बोलती है, जब आप अपना इमोशंस काम पे लेके आते हो, you have a better connect to your customer, with your people, and you are able to bring about change in your organization. Therefore, you perform at a better rate and not at a lower rate. Being emotional, being human does not bring you down one step, it takes you up one step. Because it helps you to connect to the other you in the other person. End of the day, as I said, हम लोग रेप्लिका है एक दूसरे का. वही इमोशन है, वही फीलिंग्स है, सब कुछ वही है. So the end, what I am trying to say here is, these examples show us that when you bring your whole self to work, when your organization invests in bringing you whole self to work, the return on investment is much higher. But then are we getting away from being human? So Simon and Garfunkel का एक गाना है. It says, I'm a rock, I'm an island. A rock feels no pain, and the island doesn't cry. So we have cliches ना, मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता, औरत जैसे रो मत यार, you know, stop being a pansy. ये cliches हैं हमारे. So are we going away from being human? Daisuke Ikeda एक Japanese movement के head है, and he very clearly says that though technology and all advancement has made us very smart, it's taken us away from our core. Everything is a number. Performance management में आप क्या देखते हो? 3 का रेटिंग वाले कितने हैं? 1 का रेटिंग वाला कितना है? 5 के रेटिंग वाला कितना है? 5 वाले को 20% दे दो, 1 वाले को निकाल दो. Simple. How do we manage the bell curve? End of the day, are we going away from being human here? I am not saying that you need to be irrationally be human. That's fine. We all know end of the day, धंधे का काम है पैसा बनाना. We all know that we are all professionals. But how much do we lose out as being a human being in this whole aspect is something that we need to look at, right? So I think that's the point I'm trying to make. Last one on this slide is being mindful and considerate. A friend of mine used to be the ex-MD of Tasty Bites. So he's a scuba diver fan. He went scuba diving and he observed a behavior of fishes or marine animals called manta rays. Manta rays are वो जो बड़े वाले होते हैं ना जिनके बड़े बड़े पंख होते हैं, they are very smooth. In one closed enclosure, there were manta rays and there were human beings who had come to observe them. The manta rays were big, but they allowed the next manta ray to pass by. What were humans doing? They were pushing each other. क्यों भाई? $200 दिया है, फोटो निकालना है. Point is, we lose out on consideration, right? We lose out on being mindful. How many of us are really mindful that when a mother who is just come back after maternity leave, that she could have issues, yeah, she could be emotional. अपनी वाइफ के बहन के हम इमोशनैलिटीज हैंडल कर लेते हैं घर पे, तो वो ऑफिस में क्यों नहीं कर सकते? That's where I'm saying the disconnect from being human. I'm another you, right? So I'm not going to get into the leadership challenges of being human. But sometimes, and this is a common joke, it's a joke because I can't say anything else. My husband is a very senior professional. At 10 o'clock in the night when he is having a call, I turn around and tell him, boss, you are 51, 52, but you have a group of people who are just married, whose children are small. भाई तो 10 बजे क्यों कॉल लेता है? तो if as a leader, right? So of course this is between husband and wife, so you know how it ends. So I'm not getting there. Point is very simple. Point is, if as a leader, I don't get in touch with my feelings कि मेरी फैमिली को क्या चाहिए? मेरी फैमिली चाहती है कि 10 बजे जब मैं घर आऊं, at that time I should be shut off. क्या मैं ये करता हूँ? Can I see that for the rest of my team members? It's not about gender. वो लेडी टीम मेंबर है, उसको घर जाके ना बच्चे को स्कूल का पढ़ाई कराना होता है. That's not the point. Point is whether you're male or female. You need family time. You need your time. And are you giving your team that? First, are you realizing you need it yourself? So for all the people here, whether it's male, female, it doesn't matter. Get in touch with your own emotions. How much time do you need? How much time are you willing to give your own team members? And I think that's a very critical piece we need to keep in mind as leaders. So that's what I was saying. Can you or lead two lives? You know, one at work and one at home. So work mein to you are like, you know, just because that dichotomy is there. So there is a very nice case which talks about Libby Sartain, who became the HR head of Yahoo. And once in an open room, she was, you know, in one of her earlier organization, she was told, you can't be so infectious. You can't laugh, you can't, you know, you have to be professional. She quit the job. She said, if I can't be myself, I can't do my job. Right? So at the end of the day, how much of you do you really bring to work? And that's a very critical piece. And right, this is what I was talking about, right? So the next part of my session is more to do with it's okay to be woman. So we have these cliches, na, as I was saying, mard ko dard nahi hota, women are too emotional, right? If she's a woman, she either can be a Devi or a Diane, right? So either you are a very, very nice person, even as a leader, right? You look at your own women bosses, if any of you are lucky enough to have female bosses, right? If you are lucky enough to have a female bosses, how do you read your female boss? Devi hai ya Diane hai? है ना? बहुत झापती है यार. लगता है घर पे कॉफी नहीं मिली, हस्बैंड के साथ झगड़ा हो गया, है? या तो फिर एकदम मदर टाइप्स है. She's so considerate. So point is, when we get now that the workforce, the women workforce in industry is increasing and it has to increase. It's barely anything. It should be at least 30% to make an impact. ऐसे दिग्गज कह गए, मुझे पता नहीं. I think every single woman can make a difference in her locus of control. Point here I'm trying to make is that this dichotomy of differentiating and making people say ye Devi hai, ye Diane hai, or anybody. This is just an example. So we are what we call as Gen X. आपको Gen X, Gen Y, Millennium से मालूम है ना? सबको मालूम है, सब LinkedIn पढ़ते हैं, everybody is educated. So we are all Gen X. When we are Gen X, our role models were Mr. Patwardhan, Mr. Pradhan, है ना? We had all Mr. Vineet Kaul, Mr. Ramachandran, Mr. Miss बहुत कम थी. So we learned phenomenally well on how to be professionals. We forgot to bring the womanness to the workforce. We were so anxious to prove ourselves, and I have been through it myself. 25 plus years, maybe 50 plus हो गई हूँ. That's all I did. So I would be rushing, and I was told by one of the most senior most consulting firms, ये आप थोड़ा जो आपका इमोशंस है ना, ये आपके घर की बातें आप जो करते हो ना, वो थोड़ा कम किया करो. You know, you have to be more emotionless. You have to be seen as a decision maker. And I see that changing now, and that's a very good sign. But all I'm trying to bring to the point is having good role models. So we had excellent role models in people who drove the HR industry, but they're all men. And what men struggle to, women don't go through that struggle. The struggle is very different. And unless and until you have a career-driven woman in your house, your wife, your daughter, your sister, very difficult to relate to it. So creating of good role models of how do you get the whole person to work, right? When you employ a woman, she not only brings her talent, she brings her emotions, she brings her excellent decision making, and she also gets her feelings and emotions into the game, which we need to create good role models across the industry. Differential treatment and dichotomy. So currently if you read the newspapers, there's one case of the Indian cycling team. There's a lady Indian cyclist who has been sent back because she complained that the coach was harassing her sexually. देखिए, कंप्लेंट किसने किया? लेडी साइकिलिस्ट ने. भेजा वापस किसको? लेडी साइकिलिस्ट को. And reason given to make things safe for her. See how it is. If it is not safe for her to stay there, how is it safe for the other 3 women to stay there? If it is safe for the other 3 women to stay there, then she should be safe too. Point I'm trying to make is the dichotomy of her thought. If this happened in our close vicinity, it happened with your wife, with your sister, or with your colleague or your friend, how would you react to it in an official situation? Would you say, short term है यार, वैसे भी छोड़ के जाएगी, छोड़ना? This is the reaction we give. And this is the truth of the industry today. Or do we take the humanness to work and we say, this could be happening to my young daughter who is 21 and who has just joined an engineering organization, manufacturing floor पे जाती है, इसके साथ हो सकता है. So do I bring my feelings to work when I take a decision as a leader on important matters? Would you like, for example, Avni, tomorrow when we go for interviews, right? Many a times women get asked, husband क्या करता है? अच्छा फिर उसकी ट्रांसफर हो जाएगी तो तुम चली जाओगे? How many times do we ask a male, वाइफ काम करती है, उसकी ट्रांसफर हो जाएगी तो तुम चले जाओगे? Differential treatment. Why? Because we want our family members to treated in XYZ manner. When we are professionals sitting across the table interviewing for the organization benefit, we think without feelings. So the dichotomy which is at work has to transition itself out if we really need to have a good, diverse, equity-bound, included organization in place. So that's some of my thoughts which I thought I would share with you. And allowing the woman to be human. My example. So I used to, we still come from Gen X. मदरहुड से घर कुछ भी करो, वो इंदिरा गांधी का एक फेमस एग्जाम्पल है, वो सब जगह आता है कि वो जिस दिन प्रेसिडेंट बनी ऑफ पेप्सी एंड शी वेंट होम, her mother told her at the doorstep, keep your crown in the garage. दूध नहीं है, दूध लेके आओ. हम लोग ऐसे ही बड़े हुए, right? Even today when I leave for work and yesterday Mr. Patwardhan probably heard me talking on the phone telling the cook, अच्छा पराठे बना देना, घर में और कुछ नहीं है. I shouldn't need to bother. It's a wrong role model. Right? It's a wrong role model because that's what is in my DNA. It's my DNA. It's the DNA of so many people in the world. So till the DNA changes, till we really change our thought process. ठीक है यार, आज खाना नहीं बना लिया, ब्रेड बटर खा लिया, कोई बात नहीं है, क्यों चाहिए? बट ये डीएनए है, ये थॉट प्रोसेस है, ये लाइफ स्क्रिप्ट जब तक चेंज नहीं होता, वो डीएनए नहीं होता, तब तक डाइवर्सिटी एंड इंक्लूजन इज गोइंग टू बी आउटसाइड. एक प्रोग्राम है 30% विमेन लेने, भाई ले अट्रिशन हो जाएगा, फिर देख लेंगे बाद में क्या करना है. And that's a reality. I'm sorry if I'm sounding very critical and cynical, but this is what we've seen in the industry, right? It's changing. It's changing because there are a lot of women now coming to leadership positions. Not that the men had anything wrong to think of. I wouldn't say that. But those are the ways that we grew up. Those are the ways those men grew up. They never had the role models to think कि भाई working woman होगी तो उसको कैसे handle करें. So when do we really sensitize our leaders, right, on how to handle a diverse workforce? And that sensitization has to come from your family also. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि आप घर में sensitized हो and you take care of your family, ऑफिस में आओ तो वो न चले. So the question is, how do you balance this dichotomy? So the last part is creating new role models. What is the meaning of creating role models? Create new role models which are not to do with male and female. It's as simple. I was a young mother in Philips. I had a lot of, and even now, I had a lot of male members reporting to me. My rule was simple. If I have to go at 5, he also can want to go at 5, na? ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार. And then everyone says she goes at 5 o'clock. So I go at 5 o'clock. मेरा 9 to 5 का job है यार. काम हो जाता है ना. So as a young mother, I would say 5 o'clock the first shift ended. The second shift starts at 5:30 because I would reach home by 5:30. I would work, spend time with my daughter till 9:30, and then work. So they all used to call me the midnight maniac because now midnight को मेरे mails जाते थे सबको. We learned to balance, but was it right? Was it required? So today when I have a lot of mixed crowd working with me, girls, boys, I always tell them, भाई काम होने तो घर जाओ. You don't need to stay back because I am staying back. So these are role models which are irrespective of sex, which are irrespective of, they all come from being human. For all those who know Bombay, if you have to go from Churchgate to Dombivli, the train is 2 hours journey. There's a place called Palava, it's a township, solid township. To go from Dombivli station to Palava is 45 minutes by share a rickshaw. तो जो बंदा काम करने आता है, forget a woman. I have a male colleague who stays in Dombivli at Palava and I would tell him, भाई तेरा काम हो गया जाना. नहीं यार, वो बिग बॉस बैठा है ना, फिर बोलेगा टाइम में घर जाता है. So तू जा ना, वो तेरा प्रॉब्लम है ना, मेरा प्रॉब्लम है, my team member. So how do we create the appropriate role models? And this has got nothing to do with has to be voice at the top. कल हमने बात की ना सर, it was very good what you said. What can we do in our locus of control? Right? Most important is what is your locus of control. आप 2 लोगों की लाइफ में चेंज ला सकते हो, that is good enough. वो 2 लोग और 4 लोगों की हेल्प करेंगे. So point is good role models and creating good role models is very critical, and all that can come only if we get our feelings to work. So you have to get your feelings to work. You have to be your whole self at work. We are not machines, right? We are not artificial intelligence. दर्द होता है यार. When you, yeah, खुशी भी होती है. When your child tops, you want to share that happiness with your team, and that creates the engagement. One of the biggest problems of work from home is that we miss the warmth of warm bodies. क्यों? साथ में चाय पी लिया, आज खाना खा लिया, आज क्या लाया? अरे यार मटन लाया, या तो चिकन लाया. वाव, यू गॉट दाल ढोकली, सुपर. इससे जो बॉन्डिंग होता है, दैट्स व्हाट वी मिस्ड ड्यूरिंग वर्क फ्रॉम होम. और वो क्यों बॉन्डिंग होता है? अगर आपका फीलिंग नहीं होता तो ऐसे ही बॉन्डिंग हो जाता क्या? नहीं ना. सो टू बी अ गुड leader, to be a good HR professional, I very strongly believe that you need to get your feelings to work, and it's okay to be human. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Nandita ji. And you were as candid and forceful as you are in our usual conversations also. But the clarity of thought is something that strikes, okay, and it strikes well. When I teach in an institute, I do one small experiment, okay? And when we talk of taking emotions to work, I mean, that is a thought many of us talk about. I ask people, I stop and ask person, how are you feeling at this moment? Try this on anybody. Ask that person, how are you feeling at this moment? Usually you will find the person does like this. Good. Okay. But good is not a feeling. Good is a judgment. A feeling is sad, bad, mad, frustrated, elated, happy. These are feelings. Okay? Good is not a feeling. Very often we are not in touch with our feelings, and that's where the problem starts. Okay? So that is one thing, you brought it out very well. The thought I liked was being human does not bring you down. It takes you up one step. I think we have to brood over this particular thought, that being human does not bring you down, but it takes you up one step. How many male managers have expressed their feelings, I underline feeling, in office, saying, I'm not feeling happy about this, or I'm feeling frustrated. We don't express our feelings. That's what the problem is. Madam, you mentioned something very personal between you and your husband. Okay. I am tempted to say that my thought is, I think it is important for every husband and wife to have a conference between themselves. Many and the theme could be, it's okay to be human. On a completely different note, I am reminded that when I was studying criminal law, and that's the only law I studied with great interest. Okay, the first statement that comes in criminal law is, and my professor used to comment on it, and he used to say that the first statement in criminal law is, man includes woman and he includes she, although the fact is otherwise. Lastly, I would like to give a big hand to Satish Pradhan. He was the originator of SKIP, which was the program for second career for women. I invite Dr. Zubin Mullah, please.
can move. Mic is there.
Is it on? So good afternoon, everybody. It's a really humbling experience to be here in the midst of people like Mr. Satish Pradhan, Mr. Vivek Patwardhan, and so many other people. And yesterday, when I was picked up from the railway station by Shashank, I told him that please don't switch on the AC because jara Bharuchni hawa khavi chhe mane. Because 20 years ago, 20 years ago, I had come to Bharuch as a young management graduate, fresh out of MBA, worked in a plant in Rallis as a consultant. And those memories are still fresh. And after 20 years, I'm here again. Okay, so Bharuch has a very special place. And I think what you all have achieved here, 125 meetings, is really a great achievement. So congratulations on that. Today I'll be talking about two or three things. First, I'll give a little bit of a context, and then I'll be talking about what is leadership. We'll define it a little bit, understand what science is about leadership, and then we will see what is the role of humanitarian values in leadership. And hopefully by the end of the session, you should be convinced that leadership cannot exist without humanitarian values. So in the last 2 years or so, we've been seeing such headlines which talk about people leaving the organization, people having second thoughts while they were sitting at home, people wondering what am I doing with my life. And now when organizations are telling people to come back, they are saying it is like a tug of war. Some people are willing, some people are not willing. And this is the kind of tension which is continuously happening. And how has the HR community responded? They have responded, and in many ways rightly so. I'm not criticizing or condemning it, but rightly so, with providing benefits, providing more flexibility, which perhaps was long overdue. Childcare leave, parental leave, all kinds of special support systems, etc. Even pet insurance some companies are giving, I'm told. Now, I don't want to belittle some of those things. Those are important and necessary. But the question that I want us to reflect on today is that sufficient? Is that all that there is that we want to provide to our employees when we take care of their physical and mental needs? Or is there something beyond that which we also need to look at? And my hypothesis would be that leadership would provide us a window into that something beyond the physical body and the mind, which we are normally focusing on when we come up with many of our HR policies. So this is a study which was done in McKinsey Quarterly in 2021, where they found a very interesting dichotomy. On the x-axis, you have what is it that the employers feel is important, and on the y-axis, you have what is it that the employees feel is important. And if you look at the top left quadrant, that is the part which is the ignored part, because that is the part which employees feel is important, but employers are not considering it important. And that is where you'll find being valued by my manager, having a sense of belonging in the workplace, being valued by my organization, having caring and trusting colleagues. That is that zone which is untapped. Whereas if you look at what the managers think is important is inadequate compensation, better job, and so on and so forth. So that's where we keep focusing, and perhaps we need to start expanding our purview. So we'll look at three things. One is what is leadership. Then we will try to look at what are those specific behaviors that constitute leadership. And finally, we will look at is what is that beyond end state, beyond what we want to look at in moving our employees. The word leadership has several meanings, very, very different meanings. We use the word leadership very casually. We build a building, we say Leadership Development Academy. We have a conclave, we call it a leadership conclave, right? So we use the word leadership very loosely. It's a public word, you can use it. But we need to be very precise about what it means. For example, very often leadership means occupying a position of authority. You become senior in an organization and you say he's the leader in the organization. But this is not what really we are interested in. when we are looking at good leadership. So we'll keep this aside. Very often, sometimes we say leadership is about achieving preeminence. People like Sachin Tendulkar, Lata Mangeshkar who are very great in their area. We say they are leaders in their area, right? But that is again not the kind of understanding that we are looking at today. Achieving excellence in operations, achieving excellence in marketing, achieving excellence in sales. These are limited, these are important, but not really capturing the essence of leadership as we would like to understand it. Then this is a definition which very often as managers we settle on. Yes, getting people to do things. There was a problem, there was a crisis, I was able to mobilize people and I got things done. There was a target, there was a goal, I got people together and got things done. Yes, of course, this is a very workable definition of leadership. But here also there is a small bit of a problem. Question is, how did you get things done? Right? There are many people who have been tyrants and bullies and they have also got things done. So not necessarily that if you get things done, we can call you a good leader. So that's the other area we need to go beyond. So then very often we settle with this definition. We should get people to want to do things, which means people should do things willingly. There should be something from inside that comes into the person that the person wants to do the things. This is satisfying enough? Yeah? Anybody? No? If you look at what happened on 6th January last year in the United States, those guys wanted to go to their equivalent of the parliament and hang the vice president, right? So the question is, it is not enough to get people to want to do things. We need to go one step further. We need to get people to want to do the things that they need to do. And I think this is where the heart of leadership lies. Understanding what is it that people need to do and then getting them to want to do that. Okay? So this is where the ethical dimension or the moral dimension of leadership comes in, which very often is not talked about or not adequately explored or expressed in several textbooks or our common sense understanding of leadership. The other big area where we stumble when it comes to leadership is that we have an emphasis on leaders. We focus so much on human beings, famous individuals, important people who did great things. And while they deserve our respect, wholeheartedly downloading their model of leadership and accepting it can be slightly problematic to our own development. Because they've done what they've done. But our understanding of leadership is, if it is clouded by the activities and actions of one person, it gives us a wrong understanding of leadership. Let me kind of give you a little more example of that. Somewhere in the 1978 or so, the understanding of leadership was slightly more nuanced when they tried to bring out that this obsession with individuals, leaders, is giving us a wrong understanding of the subject of leadership. The reason is this: let us say you have one individual. This individual has got certain capabilities, caliber, activities, he does well, he's got certain skills, etc. No doubt about it. But the question is everybody attracted to that person equally? And you will find no. Look at the greatest leaders that our country has produced. Have they had 100% following? No. There are several people who follow them, which is why we get to know of them. But there are several people who do not follow them also. Right? So people may be leaders for some, but may not be leaders for others. Try it in your own organization. You have 5 people working for you. Not everybody may respect you equally. Not everybody may be inspired by you equally. Some may be inspired, some may not be inspired. So the other important aspect in the formula we have to bring in is the follower. The follower also has got some aspirations and goals which some leaders are able to tap and resonate with, and not everybody is willing to become a follower. Bringing this aspect of follower into it is important. Now think of people whom you know, leaders and followers. Does their relationship remain constant throughout life? Or is there some possibility that there could be ups and downs in their relationship? Sometimes there is a great mentor-mentee relationship. Later on it goes sour. You've heard of several such examples where relationship is going well, but later on it sours. Why does that happen? Why does somebody who inspired me and who was a role model for me, who was great for me today, not inspire me that much few years down the line? The third important factor we need to keep in mind is the context. The nature of relationship changes as the context changes. When the context is of a certain type, the leader-follower relationship does well. And that is why our understanding of leadership should not be restricted to focusing on the left-hand side circle of the leader, but instead should try to focus on this intersection point of the leader, the follower, and the context. If we want to study, let us say, leadership from Mahatma Gandhi, it is not enough to read his biography, autobiography, his history, and his own actions is not enough. Because even when he was alive, not everybody considered him as their leader. And his influence over his people also moved up and down as the years went by. But if we want to study leadership, using the life of Mahatma Gandhi, we need to look at the intersection, the relationship that he had with people like Patel and Nehru and others whom he inspired while their relationship was going strong. So leadership has to be looked at in this intersection of the leader, follower, and the context. We should not look at it in isolation of the follower and the context. Now the benefit of this is when we look at leadership at the intersection of three things, leader, follower, and context, we are free from looking at it only from one person, that is the leader's context, and anyone can be a leader. Let us say, as Mr. Pradhan was mentioning in the context of 2611, Malika Jagat shows courage and is able to influence a group of people to do what they need to do, to want to do what they need to do in that situation. In that situation, she is the leader, even though she was the youngest person in the room at the time the attack happened. And in another situation, you are able to influence your team members to do something for the village community near your factory. You mobilize a group of people to do something. You may not be very senior in the organization, but in that particular environment, you are the leader for those people. Right? So we need to look at leadership as a dynamic process and not as a static phenomena. Static phenomena may we will fixate on one leader and we will study that fellow's life up, down, everywhere. But when we look at leadership as a dynamic process, we will see it everywhere. So the definition of leadership, more appropriate for us understanding it is, leadership is a process in which one individual influences other to willingly work for a joint purpose which transforms the individuals and the group for the better. So we must start looking at leadership as this kind of a dynamic process. Now after this understanding came in, then immediately scholars started studying leadership. And when they started studying leadership, first of all, you know how we are in business, we want to see whether it matters to us business-wise or not. So some of the initial studies of leadership tried to look at what are the outcomes of leadership. You see that on the right of the slide. We found that whenever there was good leadership in an organization, there was high productivity, performance, sales, quality, safety, etc. Group morale was very high. People had high sense of morale. They enjoyed working in that organization. They felt a sense of belongingness and so on. And notice the last part also. People's values changed. Over a period of time, when they worked with great leaders, people became more other-oriented, more concerned for others, and had higher levels of moral reasoning. Moment they found that yes, these are the outcomes that we are getting in leadership, they also wanted to see what are the behaviors so that we can do training programs. We can coach people on how to become better leaders. And studies have shown that by and large there are 4 kinds of behaviors which are necessary in order to become a good leader. The first one is being a role model. The second one is inspiring people to work for a common goal. Third one is challenging people to think out of the box. And the fourth one is to have concern for humanity and help them to grow individually as people. When we'll see each one of this very quickly. So let us look at the first one. What does it mean to be a role model for the group? We have several examples of individuals who have been role models for the group. That means they have shown the way by their actual behavior. As we said earlier, Gandhiji was a great example of that. The way he dressed, the way he behaved, the way he lived his life, it was a great role model for all of us. In several organizations, I was working in Godrej, and I remember there was a story that used to be told about Mr. N.P. Godrej, that one day he was walking in the factory and he found that a worker was finding difficulty balancing a machine. And he immediately rolled up his sleeves, even though he is the CEO of the company, and started helping the worker. This is role modeling behavior. And people who are looking at it see what was the supervisor doing, what were other people doing. If the CEO can do this, why can't I also behave that way? So role modeling behavior is the essence of leadership. The first step of leadership is to be a role model. There was a nice experiment done a couple of years ago in China. In this experiment, they studied people across 3 levels. They studied 42 CEOs, which is the top left hand side people. They studied 177 middle managers, and they studied 177 top managers, 605 middle managers. And each of these people, they collected different kinds of data from them. In our subject, when we want to study people, we give them surveys and ask them to fill up surveys, and based on the surveys, we conclude that this survey is telling us something about what is happening in the mind of the person. And in that survey, they looked at a couple of things. The first thing they looked at on the x-axis is the top manager's observation of the CEO's behavior. Because the top manager is interacting with the CEO on a regular basis. So they are trying to see to what extent is the CEO showing these 4 behaviors. Being a role model, inspiring, challenging status quo, and showing consideration. So the x-axis is measuring the top manager's observation of the CEO's behaviors. And the y-axis is measuring the middle manager's commitment. Now remember, the middle manager is 2 levels down from the CEO. So y-axis is measuring that. How do you expect the line to be? Should it be going up or should it be going down? As the CEO's leadership behavior increases, what should happen to middle manager's commitment? Should it go up or should it go down? It should go up, right? We would expect it to go up, yes. Yes, the line did go up. But there was an important difference. They measured one more thing before they measured this. They measured the values of the CEO. When they measured the values of the CEO did not know how these values will be used. They just talked to him. What are the priorities of your life? What are the goals of your life? What is most important to you? How do you narrate your life story? And based on that life story, they were able to pull out certain things which were priorities for the CEO. Now notice one thing, there are 2 different things being measured over here. One is the priorities of the CEO, which are the values of the CEO. And the second is the behaviors of the CEO. The behaviors of the CEO on the x-axis. The priorities of the CEO we will see just now. When we tried to plot this, they found that there were 2 distinct groups that you could see data of. Those CEOs who had high self-enhancement values, that means they were full of themselves, they thought only about themselves, they thought about achievement. Whenever they got power, they thought this is a great opportunity for me to do something for myself. For such people, even though they showed the right kind of behavior, the impact on the y-axis was very small. Lot of behavior on the x-axis, but impact on the y-axis is very small. That is why the slope of this line, red line, is less. But those CEOs who are genuinely concerned about others, you will find that small changes in their behavior had a huge impact on the commitment of the middle managers. This study was interesting because it showed a couple of things. The most important things it showed is that when CEOs care more for others than they care for themselves, small changes in their behavior have a huge impact on outcomes. The reason I am saying this is very often we send people for leadership development program. And whenever we send people for leadership development program, the focus is on behaviors. You may even make people do a role play. There again the focus is on behavior. But without this necessary element of concern for others, the behavior will not have that much impact. It will have an impact, but not as much as it could have had if you would have tackled this issue about concern for other human beings. So in that sense, concern for other human beings is like a magic sauce which converts small amounts of behavior into great amount of positive outcome, not just for people who are reporting to me, but those who are reporting to those who are reporting to me. So it creates a kind of a positive culture in the organization. After that, they tried one more study. They said, how can the CEO's priorities have an impact on the 2 levels down the line? Because CEO's priorities are inside CEO's head, right? So they went to the people down the line and said, write down a list of what you think is the CEO's priority. Now they have two data sources. One is the life story of the CEO, which the CEO has said in private, and second is what the top managers and the middle managers are talking about the CEO's priorities. And guess what? Good match, yeah, we know, right? We know. What are our boss's priorities? Even though their behavior may be otherwise, we are able to see those priorities, having worked with them over a period of time. Okay? So the importance of values is tremendous when it comes to illustrating the impact of the CEO behavior. The next leadership behavior is engaging people in the pursuit of a vision. Now this is something which is well recognized, and essentially the task of leadership is to answer two questions in the mind of the follower. The first question to be answered is, does the team's goal matter to me? That means for the follower's point of view, does the larger goal of the organization, the team, etc., does it matter to me? Does it have any meaning in my life? That is the first question. It is like, is the goal known to everybody? Is the goal big enough to be personally meaningful? And is it communicated powerfully on a regular basis? Again, I'll go back to an example of Godrej, because I'd done a small case study on Mr. M.P. Godrej. And there was that interesting story where in 1950s, he wanted to start manufacturing typewriters in the Vikhroli factory. Now in those days, typewriters were made by one company, Remington. And 1947-50 was the era of independence, Swadeshi. Everybody wanted to do something himself. And when Mr. Godrej called his engineers and workers around, he said, look, we are all talking about Swadeshi, but the symbol of office automation in those days was the typewriter. Can India not even show the world that we can make an Indian typewriter? Now, if you are a worker in the factory or an officer in that factory, being infused with the spirit of Swadeshi, that is what drove the passion to create this world-class typewriter, which, as you know, became the world's best manual typewriter. Similarly, Infosys in its initial years was able to craft, the leaders of Infosys, Narayan Murthy and others, were able to craft that narrative, the story, that what you do for Infosys is part of a larger picture of what Indian industry can show to the world that we are capable of. Right? So creating that is part of the job of the leadership. Does the team's goal matter to me? This is something that we all recognize. There is a second goal, which is, do I matter to the team's goal? The team's goal matters to me, but do I matter to the team's goal? This is about me knowing what is my role in achieving the larger vision. Do I have a role to play in achieving that larger vision? Am I involved in decision making? And do I make an impact on the final outcome? Now, which of these two is more difficult? The left-hand side one or the right-hand side one? The right-hand side one, yes. The left-hand side one is relatively easier one, because most organizations are now aware of that. They try to connect their business objectives with some larger goal. But the second one, the right-hand side goal, is an everyday affair. Every moment is a moment of truth when the person may or may not realize that he or she matters to the goal. Every time you snatch the credit away from your subordinates, every time you stand in the front, I did this, and don't acknowledge their contribution, that is when you are actually hammering away at the second one. The second one, do I matter to the larger goal? I once heard of a company, it was an FMCG company, and they were ordering machines from Germany. High-tech machines were being ordered from Germany. Now in most organizations, if you are ordering an expensive machine, you will send your people over there to decide the specs, work out the stuff, etc. This organization not only sent the maintenance engineer and the production engineer, they also sent the maintenance operator and the production operator to Germany on a trip to decide which machine to buy, because they realized that person also matters. They sent them by the same class of airline, and they ensured that they stayed in the same kind of accommodation. Now these are the small ways in which we can make people believe that you matter to the decision. So the organization goal matters to you, and you also matter to the larger goal of the organization. Another good example of this was the NASA's moon landing in 1969. Recently, a case has been written on it by a Wharton School professor. And he went through all the documents, said why was this particularly a great success? And he realized that there were certain elements which NASA did very right during that period from 60s to 69, when they ended up getting the fellow on the moon, Neil Armstrong and his team on the moon. The first thing they realized is that in an organization, rather than having several goals, it is a good idea to have just one important goal, at least from the employee's perspective. So at that time when NASA was moving ahead, they had three goals: improve space technology, advance science, and have preeminence in space. And they said, let's just make it one. So they focused on one goal, advanced science. That goal, advanced science, is a fuzzy goal. As any organization you look at, if you go to your website and look at the organization's mission, you will find it will be a fuzzy goal. And it is a timeless goal. But I am living today. So for me to connect my work today with the timeless goal that you have in your vision is a tough task for the employee. So the next step is to convert this timeless goal into something which is a concrete objective. So what they did in NASA is they started off with this advanced science and they rolled it back. In order to advance science, we need to explore the solar system. If we want to explore the solar system, the first thing to explore is the moon, because it's our closest neighbor in the solar system. And to explore the moon, we need to land on the moon before 1970. So what was a fuzzy concept of landing on the advancing science becomes a concrete objective of landing on the moon before 1970. Then that concrete objective in 1970, 10 years away, is still a little far away for a person to observe. So further than that, what they do is they come up with a set of Mercury, Gemini and Apollo. Now each of these missions has a separate objective. Mercury is to send a man in space and get him back alive. Gemini is to send do some manned movement of the vehicles, maneuvers in space, and see if we can do that. And the last one, Apollo, is to see if we can get into the moon's orbit. So each of these are tangible missions which are set up in specific milestones to meet the end goal of reaching the moon before 1970. And all this put together then connects the work of the person. There may be an electrician working on the circuit. There may be somebody who's stitching a suit, who's a tailor. He's actually just a tailor, but he thinks that he's also part of that game of putting a man on the moon. And that is why there is a story. It's not sure how true it is, but there is a story that John F. Kennedy once was walking in NASA and he finds a person sweeping the floor and he says, "What are you doing working so late?" And he says, "Mr. President, I am putting a man on the moon." And I think that is the heart of inspiring people, where you're able to connect their work, however small it may be, to the larger objective. And it's an everyday affair, which these guys were able to do successfully. The third one is about stimulating people's creativity, allowing them to think out of the box, allowing them to question the status quo, asking them to go beyond whatever existing ways of working are there. Here, one of the ways in which leaders can stimulate this is by their own actions, by their unconventional actions, and sometimes through symbolic actions also. Steve Jobs was a master at this. He would, throw tantrums. Now, very often people thought that this guy is not a very emotionally mature person. Perhaps he was not. But those tantrums served a purpose. I'm not justifying all his tantrums because some of them were quite bad. But at least those who could tolerate working with him, not everybody could, but those who could, they said that it was this attitude of Steve Jobs which inspired me to give my best to this particular product or equipment. There can be other ways as well of symbolic unconventional actions. Creating a climate of psychological safety. People should feel safe working in the organization. There are several studies which show that people don't feel safe to speak out against their managers. Right? There are studies in hospitals which show that doctors have such a high position in the eyes of the nurses and other staff that sometimes if the prescription is not correct, they will hesitate to speak out and that could lead to a death. In the operation theatre, there could be incidents. In organizations also, there could be incidents when people cannot speak up in front of their bosses. Keep the critics and naysayers close to you and listen to them. Don't keep them away from you. And support individuals who make bold decisions. There is a nice clip where Abdul Kalam is talking about his boss, Satish Dhawan. 1979 PSLV launch. And he shows how he was supported, even though they made a small mistake, they were supported, and that is what led to the success of the space program later on. Sridharan mentions one of the reasons why he was able to achieve those miracles in the Delhi metro. He says, as an engineer, remember, nobody allowed us to speak. So one of the things I did was just allow people to come up with their ideas and then pick up the good ideas and implement them. This is, I think, the heart of leadership. Helping people to realize their fullest potential. Let us see what this looks like. So this particular example originally comes from Dr. Deming, and I have heard of it through several other friends of mine. So Dr. Deming was the founder of the quality movement. Today we say, quality is part of life. In the 90s, when India was getting liberalized, India really embraced the quality movement. Most organizations went for it. So Dr. Deming would make engineers and managers draw this kind of a graph. Okay, you can do it if you wish for your own organization. So on the x-axis, he would put these Maslow's needs, physical needs, physiological needs, safety needs, belongingness needs, self-esteem needs, and self-actualization needs. And on the y-axis is the extent to which they are satisfied, 0 to 100%. And you would ask them, think about all the employees in your organization, all of them, not just permanent or others, all of them, and answer the question, to what extent are their physiological needs satisfied? Now, in most organizations, which are reasonably mature, you would find that this would be maybe 85, 90, depending on the organization, it would be quite high. Sometimes there could be gaps here as well. Physiological needs are not satisfied. The next question is, to what extent are people's safety needs satisfied? To what extent do people feel safe physically, emotionally? Are they able to speak up? Are they able to be themselves in the workplace? Now people start thinking. I think even today, irrespective of how mature many of our Indian organizations are, I think we will all accept that yes, there seems to be some gap over here. So here, when you draw the graph, hand on your heart, I think you may find that the line is slightly lower than the earlier one. Then to what extent are their belongingness needs satisfied? To what extent do they feel part of the workplace? To what extent do they feel that I am in this whole thing, that I matter to the larger scheme of things? Here again, you will find that there are sections of our people who don't feel fully part of this workplace. They feel excluded, they feel left out, so on. To what extent do people feel respected? Now here, I think we have a lot of work to do, right? Many organizations you will find this is quite low. And the last one, self-actualization. To what extent do you find that people's fullest potential is being expressed at work? If that were the case, we wouldn't have the great resignation, right? People usually leave when they feel that they are not being fully utilized in the workplace. And that is where we will find the huge gap. And then he would say, okay, now that you have got all this done, now this is the untapped human potential for us as managers to then harness in the service of the vision of the organization. Let us look at this a little more detail. What is this untapped human potential? What is this which is making it untapped and human? The task of leadership is to recognize these needs and then engage people in the pursuits of these needs. A good example of that is what Gandhi did in 1915 when Gandhi came to India. He did not immediately start giving a vision to the people of India. He first spent 1 year trying to understand what were the needs of the Indian people. When he went across India, he found that there were several needs. Somewhere he found that there was a political kind of issues where people wanted to be free from the British. There were economic issues. Somewhere there were social issues, and elsewhere there was something else. After listening and understanding all that, he came up with a vision of Swaraj. And when somebody asked him, what is Swaraj? He says, Swaraj is 4 things. First is, it is political independence. Second, he says it is economic independence. Third, he says it is social independence. And fourth, he says it is spiritual independence. So that vision of Swaraj has within it the needs of all the people put together. It expresses the needs of the people. When Indra Nooyi was in Pepsi, the people in Pepsi felt a sense of inauthenticity working for Pepsi. They felt that we don't give our kids these chips and soda drinks, and we are here selling these kind of stuff to the people. She realized this was a need in the people, and using that was part of the reason why the entire product range of portfolio of Pepsi changed, so that the product portfolio of Pepsi could reflect the vision and the aspiration of the people of Pepsi. So the task of leaders is to listen to the needs of people and try to express that in the form of a vision. And it is only then that people will mobilize themselves behind that vision. Now let us look at this human potential a little more in detail. Many people have tried to answer this question about what is this human potential and when will we achieve our human potential. So Aristotle many years ago gave this kind of a framework where he said that if you look at the plants, there are three things that plants do. Plants grow, right? That is what distinguishes them from stones and other inanimate things. Then plants consume nutrition and plants reproduce. The highest thing for a plant is to reproduce, right? When it gives us a fruit. Suppose you plant a mango tree and there are no mangoes in the mango tree. You'll say, "Yeah, mango tree useless." And you'll call a agriculture specialist to look at that tree and get it fixed, right? So the highest potential of a plant is perhaps reproduction, to give us fruits so that it can fulfill its purpose, at least for us. Then he says animals are little better than plants. They do these three things. Animals also grow, they consume nutrition, and they reproduce. But what distinguishes an animal from a plant is its ability to perceive pleasure and pain. Animal can perceive pleasure, animal can perceive pain, and can move from one place to another towards pleasure, away from pain. That is what makes an animal an animal. If an animal cannot move around or cannot perceive pleasure or pain, then we will say this animal is not able to fulfill its purpose and something has to be done. We'll take the animal to the veterinary surgeon or something like that, right? Then he asks that, okay, if you look at human beings now, human beings, of course we grow, we consume nutrition, we reproduce, we have perception of pain and pleasure, and we move around. But what else is there that makes us human? What is it that distinguishes us from the animal? Yes? Emotions. Okay, anybody else? Anybody else? Any other thoughts? Yes? Empathy. Okay, concern for others. Those who are pet lovers will say that even animals can show that. Yes? Humans can evolve their consciousness. So, somebody has said that if you see a fully grown cow or a fully grown dog, physically the animal is fully grown. That's it for the animal. But for us, as you know from our own experience, that we may be fully grown at the age of 20, 25. But after that, there is so much growth that happens, isn't it? And that is what is unique about human beings. That even though physically we may be grown at the age of 25, the emotional maturity is so much more for us to grow. Anybody else? Spiritual intelligence. We are able to connect with something bigger than ourselves. We are self-aware. We are able to look at ourselves and understand ourselves. We are able to look at our emotions. We are able to look at our mind as an object and perceive ourselves differently. Right? So Aristotle's answer was reason and language. We don't have to accept his answer, but he said we are able to reason. That means if we find something pleasurable, but we know it's not good for us in the long run, we are able to postpone our pleasure for the sake of the long run. Second, Yuval Noah Harari says, one of the things that makes us human is that we are able to do things together. Collective intention is something very unique to human beings. So, when Himanshu ji comes up with an idea, or people from South Gujarat chapter come up with an idea, let's do this month over month. I'm sure there must have been temptations every month. I'm sure there are challenges every month. But the spirit of coming together and creating something like this magic is possible mainly by human beings, isn't it? And that is perhaps the purpose of human life. And the task of leadership is to help us to manifest our humanity. So you as a leader, your job is to help people to manifest that humanity, which is something very special and unique to us as human beings. There is another interesting framework that we have from Sankhya philosophy. This may be more practical for some of us. So we have 3 stages of growth. One is the tamasic stage, which is dullness. The second is the rajasic stage, which is of passion. And the third is of sattvic stage, which is of wisdom or goodness. Moving people from tamasic to rajasic to sattvic stage may be one other template that we may have. To put it in a practical way, let us say you have just acquired an organization where people are not concerned about anything, not concerned about quality, not concerned about environment, not concerned about profit. Which state do you think they are at? Which state would you diagnose them at? If somebody is not concerned about anything, not interested, tamasic state, the task of the leader is to take them from that state, make them aware of something, make them aware of the importance of that. Sometimes make them aware about how that is going to harm them personally also, if needed, to get them into action. On the other hand, let us say there is an organization where everybody is fighting, everybody is worried about their own rewards, nobody is concerned about others. They are doing well, but they are doing well only for themselves, not working as a team. Maybe they are in the Rajasic state and it is time to move them to the Sattvic state. Challenge of leadership is to move people to a better state than they were as compared to what they were before. There is another framework we have in Vedanta philosophy, which suggests that human beings are beyond the body and the mind. And since all our limitations are in the body and the mind, the self which is beyond the body and the mind is infinite. And since there cannot be two infinites, all of us are one at that level. Recognizing that higher level of understanding is one other way in which we can look at the task of leadership. How do we practically manifest this higher self that people like Vivekananda and others have talked about in terms of the Vedantic ideal? So if we look at individual identities, there are several levels at which we operate. We are all individual human beings, that we all know. Then we are part of a family, we know that. Then we may have a team in the organization, a group of 5-6 people whom we hang out with and work with. And then we move up department, business division, industry, profession, etc. Now if you look at the narrower identities, these are the identities that normally mobilize us to action. If I tell Mr. Patwardhan that Mr. Pradhan has a gun and he's about to shoot him, then Mr. Patwardhan may get up and move his position. Because I am focusing on his narrow identity, his bodily integrity is at risk. If we focus on broader identities, you will find that most of the ethical behavior, most of that which makes us human, comes from these broader identities. What is it that connects you all? That for so many months on end you all come meeting each other. You all are from separate families, you all are from separate teams, you all are from separate organizations. All of you may not even be HR people. But what connects you is the South Gujarat initiative of meeting month on month, discussing ideas, love for knowledge, love for the profession. So getting people to that higher understanding is what leadership is all about. Because when you get people to that higher understanding, that is when they connect with the larger collective. In fact, you will find that even though these ideas resonate with us because we are from this culture, you will find that they are not unique to our culture only. I looked at a saying from Vivekananda and I found very similar saying by Martin Luther King. Now these two gentlemen, Vivekananda and Martin Luther King, are separated by about 70 years. Two different continents, their upbringings are two different spiritual heritages. But look at the similarity in what they say. According to Vivekananda, self is the essence of this universe, the essence of all souls. You are one with this universe. He who says he is different from others, even by a hair's breadth, immediately becomes miserable. Happiness belongs to him who knows this oneness and who is one with the universe. And Martin Luther King says, in a real sense, all life is interrelated. All men are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. What affects one affects all indirectly. I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. In fact, Martin Luther King had made a very great statement. He said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So that deeper connection with others, not just human beings, all beings, is what both of them are talking about. I think we'll stop here. This is a summary of all that we've spoken about. I've just put it in bullet points so that if you want a quick takeaway, then this is it. We have been disengaged with work. This has been leading to resignations. HR managers have done a lot. I don't want to undermine their efforts, those are important and necessary, but don't think that they are sufficient. That is just scratching the surface. The stuff that we do for our people in terms of giving their benefits, etc., is not really reaching to the core of what it means to be human. If we really want to understand leadership, we must learn to go beyond the body and the mind and try to engage the spirit of people. And that is what will really transform them. That's all from my side right now. Thank you.
In the previous session, we talked about what feelings you have, and I must share my feelings here. That I am feeling that all these thoughts should have come to me when I was 20. I would have been a different person. And therefore, the feeling is one of envy, you young people. I think you have got the inputs very early in your life. Great. I don't know what to say more. I will just make one statement here that something related to what you said, Dr. Zubin, about purpose of life. Osho says that life is meaningless. Osho says life is meaningless. You have to give it a meaning. And there is quite a wisdom in that. And I also saw you somewhere coming close to saying that. Thank you so much. And we will have a question and answer.
Do we have any questions from the audience? I know we are sort of spellbound by what we just saw and what we heard. So maybe okay, we have a couple of questions. Can we get a mic to the lady there?
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to ma'am. My question now. When we, as you said, that people who are different with out of the box thinking, many times it is difficult for the organizations to accept that odd one out. So many times we are told that you need to mold your emotions, you need to control them, you need to be mature. And you said that we need to be the real you at workplace. I do feel the same. So how to make being the minority, how to make the feel majority that you also need to be the real you. Don't restrict yourself, and how to make them accept and enhance that acceptance level.
Hi. Thanks for that question. It's a little complicated question, but I'm going to answer it to the best of my ability based on whatever experience I had, right? One is, as we change, right? So what was there for Gen X today for the millennials, it's not the same. So what you probably are experiencing is a transition that is happening with more and more women leaders coming in or women managers coming in. And with an effort made by most of the organizations to sensitize through diversity, equity and inclusion programs, right? There is an effort to allow the person to come to work, right? Now when I say allow, don't get me wrong, it's not a question of allow. It's a question of, yes, it's an organization, it's a collective being which is there. So obviously, people have to accept, but the whole piece here is that with more and more women managers coming in, with more and more sensitization of the male managers, with a lot of women being educated beyond graduation, post-graduation, becoming entrepreneurs, even at the home front, things at the back of the mind of a lot of the majority is changing, right? It's a transition. So what I have seen and what I see now, right? I see so many young girls willing to open out and talk. मेरे में guts नहीं थे यार. So it's a question of, it's a transition, it will happen. But the fact is we have to keep pushing. You have to keep pushing in such a way that you ensure that people around you understand what is it that you are trying to push, right? And make it an acceptable norm in the companies. It will take time, but it's moving in that direction, and that's the good part about it, right? Thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. First of all, thank you very much for giving your inputs on the diversity and inclusions, and it's a need of today's scenario. And all my HR friends, we will be really pushing it and driving it, and we hope that it will be there. Now, I would request you to give other suggestions as an emerging HR leader, since during your talk you talked about the bell curve. So there is a one thing is bell curve. We understand that it is a one part of process, but we need to get into the human touch into the bell curve. But in the current scenario, what CEO are expecting and what the management are expecting from HR, us to deliver the bell curve. So what is your suggestions as a HR leader? How do we respond to the CEO and the employer, connecting with the bell curve and the human touch?
देख लिया है. Bigger worry is my husband seeing my comment. So, no, jokes apart. Right, you're very right. There are two aspects. What we forget in an appraisal process or in a review process. Bell curve is one reality. Boss, are you being true to the process? Bell curve is a effect. वो जो निकलता है वो रिजल्ट है. आपने प्रोसेस का क्या किया? प्रोसेस आपके हाथ में है ना. End of the day, whether I rank somebody a 3 or a 4, does the person who is undergoing a review process, the human process, feel that he has had an opportunity to express? And that has been my experience. Trust me, we are children of the bell curve. The day I entered in 1996, उस दिन से मैंने bell curve देखा है. हाँ, वो जो 3 देखा है, वो 1 देखा है, वो हमने देखा है. But what I have already also seen is nowadays, the focus is on the bell curve in many places and not on the process. You and I may disagree. I may think I have done a 4-level job, a great job. You think I have done a 3-level job. The idea is, where is the discussion happening? Where is the review process happening? Am I feeling that you are listening to me? The baseline is there, my friend. And there will always be, till your CEO, your management is sensitized enough to get their whole self to work, get them in touch with their feelings, ये disconnect रहेगा, ये reality है, ये practical reality. Simple. I know all of you are smiling. बस 25 साल यही काम किया है. I understand. But as an HR professional, it's our moral responsibility to ensure a fair process, ensure a fair listening. अगर आप मुझे मेरी बात सुन लेते हो, we may agree to disagree. You may give me a 2, I may think I'm a 4. We may agree to disagree, but do I feel that you have heard me out? That's where the issue is. Yeah?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, this question is for Dr. Mullah. Basically, this is related to leadership. Are there any perfect leader who is having the quality of being a role model for the group, or he is engaging the group in a pursuit of a larger purpose and other qualities which we have discussed? So, this is my question.
I think we should avoid the trap of looking for individuals, as I explained, because those people may be around us. They may not be great individuals in terms of being well-known people, but they may be people who have inspired you in your own journey. So for example, the maths teacher who helped you in your 12th standard when you were struggling and inspired you to think that you could crack the maths exam, or some other individuals in your life who had faith in you and showed belief in you and enabled you to reach where you are today. In that moment, they had shown leadership with respect to you in that context. And that is the magic that we need to realize. Those are the micro leadership processes that we need to recognize and replicate around us. The trap we keep falling in is that we keep looking at people like Gandhi and others. We see the gap between ourselves and them. And then we say, oh, no. Some people are just born and I cannot be that. I think that is something we need to avoid. Look at those individuals in our life, and all of us have those individuals who have inspired us, and be that for those who today depend on you for your support.
Thank you.
Hi, my question is for Zubin. Question is in the sense when you talked about the leadership, the various way we define. You started with leadership, something like people who are having the power of influence through authority. And in normally corporate world, the leadership is looked at leaders in this position of power who can make the desired changes in the organization. But from my experience, I have seen it is very rare that those leaders allow themselves to be vulnerable, to be truly seen as a human. So what has been your say on that? Is it, what is stopping them to be seen as human?
There is not a simple answer for that. There are views on both sides. So on one view, there is that leader should be authentic and should show his or her emotions to the people. And that view is gaining the ground. And the other view is that leader should not be authentic and should not show emotions to the people. And I do not think there is one answer for that. For example, let us say you are escorting me on a late night in a street in Bharuch in which I am terrified. Let us say I am your younger brother and I am very scared of walking alone at night, and I tell you, please escort me in the night. Now you are also scared of the road and I am also scared of the road, correct? Because even though you are my elder brother, you don't have any special capabilities of protecting yourself or me. But it is my faith in you that I hold your hand and I walk with you on that road all alone in the middle of the night. Now at that time, should you show your emotions? I would say no. You should show your strength at that time. Even though inside you are shivering, you may outside show that you are strong. And from your strength, I will get strength. And from my faith, you will get strength. Right? But on the other hand, in any other organization where the situation may be slightly different, in that case, it may be okay to show one's emotions. So in my view, when it comes to the leadership role, the focus has to be more on what does the follower need at this time and to provide what the follower needs at that time. So there was a time in which I was working in a design department and I made a huge blunder. And I walked up to my boss and I said, I made this huge blunder. I don't know how many lakhs of rupees are going to be wasted because of this mistake I made. And at that time my boss sat me down and he told me about one mistake which he had made in his career, which again was a huge blunder. He opened up to me at that time, shared his own emotions of vulnerability, and that gave me comfort. The point I'm trying to make is our focus should be on what is needed by the follower at that time or the team member at that time. If that person needs you to show vulnerability, show vulnerability. If that person needs you to show strength, show strength.
Last two questions here. Okay, last one question. Doctor? Yeah.
Okay, so slightly different thing. I am a teacher, and I struggle with one thing that this hierarchy and the sir-ma'am culture, according to me, creates a gap in the learning. I wanted to know your opinion on this culture because I understand this is prevalent in corporates as well. So what is your take on the sir-ma'am culture, which is very rampant?
are more cultural things. So, for example, in India, we are more conditioned, especially depending on where we grow up and kind of family we grow up, to have more of these sir ma'am. In my opinion, one should not force it. If it comes naturally and if you're able to create an absence of sir ma'am culture, I think it's great. But I would not worry about it too much. So gradually, if you can move to that, that's excellent. But that cannot be the only stumbling block, because there are some elements of this Indian culture where we have this kind of respect for elders and concern for people younger than us, which are valuable also. We don't have to throw the baby, so to speak, out with the bathwater. But if you want people to feel safe, then allow people to speak up without any consequences. Meet people one-to-one. Ensure that you interact with them in context other than your work. So maybe a cricket match or a football match where you may not be the top person, you may not be the best in cricket or football or some other sport. So there others get an opportunity, even though it is an artificial environment, but they get an opportunity to be your captain, and you say, okay, whenever you give me my bowling over, I will take my bowling over. And in that sense, a certain sense of egalitarianism may come in.
So just to add to that, right, as we grew through the cultures, the so-called Gen X people like me, right, I would never dream of calling Mr. Patwardhan Vivek. Impossible. Or Mr. Pradhan Satish. Impossible. My closest mentor and my boss, Mr. Vineet Kaul, even today I can't call him Vineet. It's impossible. But it never stopped any kind of mentoring or any kind of egalitarian discussion that I had with him. So maybe I was lucky. Today's generation is very comfortable, at least in the corporate world. They would call me Nandita, my subordinates would call me Nandita. It's okay, it's a part of the game, times are changing. So I think what point Subin made is what is the environment we create, and in terms of allowing people to be comfortable, irrespective of the nomenclature that we use. I think that's very critical. Yeah, thanks.
So we come to the end of second session and a lovely question and answer session as well. And yeah, there are some mementos.
Yeah. You can finish your comments and then we will.
Yeah, go ahead.
We just wanted to present the mementos to our presenters this morning. In fact, sir talked about emotion. I was so emotionally overwhelmed with what was happening, so I forgot that we had to present the mementos to the speakers. So let's do it now. And I request Alpesh Bhai to please first present memento to Mr. Satish Pradhan for the lovely session. He is here. Maybe you can come in the center and. Thank you. And now may I request you to also present a memento to Mr. Vivek Patwardhan. To Ms. Nandita. And to Professor Jobin Mullah.
Good one.
Thank you very much. It's just a little memento.
So friends, if you have enjoyed this session, give the two speakers a big hand and then we'll go forward.
We are going to be taking a few minutes. Kamal Bhai's book has come. કમલ ભાઈએ જે આજે સવારે બુકનું ઇનોગ્રેશન થયું એ આવી ગઈ છે. હમણાં તમને સ્ટુડન્ટ અત્યારે આપવા માટે આવી રહ્યા છે. ગુજરાતીમાં છે અને તમે એન્જોય કરશો જ તે. એ પાછળથી ચાલુ થઈ ગયું છે. બધાને રિક્વેસ્ટ એવી છે કે આપણો લંચ બ્રેક, if at all we can keep it up to say 40-45 minutes, that will be great. And the request is those who complete lunch can come here and take some rest.
Hut. હુર ઇમેજ ઇમેજ Magori, how are you? I'm Magori. Are you excited? Are you excited? Are you excited? नहीं आता मेरा आवाज. Hello. મને બી તારા નતા આવતા.
Lunch is at the first floor. As you step out and go to the first floor, that's where we have our lunch. Please be back in time.
શું હા 10-15 એવા થતા હતા.
10-15
હા હવે આવ્યો અવાજ. કાનનો અવાજ બી નહોતો આવતો. મને ક્યાં તું માઇક મ્યુટ કર્યું છે કે શું? ફેસ ટાઈમ શું મારી ભૂલ. My mistake. My mistake. My mistake. My mistake. My mistake. શું હા પેલી બી મૂકીને તો ચાલુ ટાંક્યા દુખેલા. Take a lunch. Take a lunch. Take a lunch. શનિવાર they are ખાયા
45 મિનિટ છે પછી આપણે નહીં ટાઈમ મળે
ખાલી બસ 45 મિનિટનો બ્રેક. 45 મિનિટમાં તો ખાલી મેં થાળીને જોઈ લઉં એટલું ધીરે ધીરે ખાઉં. ના ના ડી and Babu D and Babu D તું હજુ મેકઅપ કર.
આપણે તો જઈએ બરાબર પછી બે કાલ પર આવી ગઈ અહીંયા નહીં એટલે બહાર
સ્પીકર બંધ કર.
તમે કેમ છો પછી અમે બે જઈએ તમે કેમ કોઈ ટોન દઈએ અને બે જણ દે એટલે સામાન આપણો હાથે એવો પડે ને તો બધાને બીજું લોકો સામાન
કપડું હતું ને સામાન જઈએ ને મેં યમન બેસીએ છીએ બરાબર તમે લોકો આવો
તમે આવ્યો
કપડું હતું ને આપણે
કાલથી મને એમ કે બેન છે 3 મહિનાથી કરતા જ છે ને ફોટોગ્રાફી તો મેં એને આપું તો ભાઈ સારા ફોટા પાડે સેટ કરીને આપણે તો હાલત પર એ તો મેં બી અગ્રમભાઈ મને આવે 1D એક સેટ કરીને તો એકદમ ખતરનાક કેન્ડિંગ કરે
ખબર નહીં મને ગુડ મોર્નિંગ ધ વેલી એડિશન ગુડ મોર્નિંગ એવરીવન ગુડ મોર્નિંગ નાઇસ ટુ કનેક્ટ થેન્ક્સ ફોર મેકિંગ NHRD આવી જાય ના બહુ છડીને એમ જ તને કીધું આવી જા શું હાલો હા હે હાલા કર્યું